understand a few people are not in attendance right now, so let's jump to C3. Or somebody here from that, please?
Yes, I'm here, but I have a hard time hearing you.
Okay, well, how's that?
Oh, much better. Okay, now I hear you much better.
Okay, there was a memo that was talking, which had no comments. Claire, did you have a chance to look at item C3, please? It was that garage.
Yes, I did.
And did you have any comments? please?
I had a question.
Okay.
Because in our minutes, it says, return with full details, including details on perimeter landscape. I didn't find the package and any details for the perimeter landscape. And although in the drawings, they have, a ficus hedge existing and jasmine and lavender existing. So I'm kind of confused as whether they actually completed what they were supposed to be doing.
Okay,
And this is number 3, correct?
yeah, do you have a Google Earth that we could take a look at?
Yeah, so that's kind of, it's just, you know, I don't have a problem with that. It's
Let's just take a look at that.
Yeah.
I didn't either. I think that it's gonna be fine.
yeah, I think it's fine, but it just didn't make sense to me. I mean, it said return with that information, and we don't have that information. Can you, oh, I was gonna say, that doesn't look like, there it is. Yeah, okay, there. So,
Is this C3 or is this something else? Kurt Magnus. This has to do with a master bedroom addition. I think you've got the numbers now. This is the garage. So which number are we on here? Yes, so which one is that, please?
well, it's C3 and
C2. C2.
oh, so, oh,
No, C2 is the garage. This is not the garage.
We got it.
So which item are you here for, sir?
I'm here for C2, the Moratpur garage.
Very good, thank you. We were mixed up a little. We've now corrected. So I see a lot of landscaping now in the back.
so
Okay,
this, we're looking at C2, right?
right,
Okay, well, that's different than what's on our agenda, right?
right.
Okay,
Okay, so
okay,
I'm okay with this. I did not see, and I might not have remembered, did you put the no color to match existing residents on your drawings?
Yes,
You did, okay. In
Yes.
that case, I'm ready,
yeah,
I'm ready to recommend.
yes, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, so sir, the
yes,
process,
sir.
Claire and I will recommend approval to the full board in about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, depending on how the agenda goes. And you can stay and wait for that, or they have never gone against us. Or you could just take our, the chance, and I think a good chance, and we'll be on our way.
I'll just stay here. I was planning to stay here for a while anyways, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so what's the other item, please, that we have? Who else is, I don't have anything on my screen here. I can't see anybody. Okay, C5 and C6 are here. Okay, so C5. 607 Meadow Lane. So, Claire, did you have any comments, please?
C5 is, okay, let me just. check.
607 Meadow Lane.
Yeah, well, I'm checking my, I'm working that, number 5. Oh, is this is, yeah, this is, I know what project this is, okay. I just had a question. I'm completely fine with the project. I question, can you pull up, the site plan for this?
Let's keep, well, yeah, okay,
Well, just
okay.
because on the site plan, it shows an accessory building. That is back there in the corner. I mean, and that accessory, is this the right one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the old site plan, the existing.
yeah, see, it's a see, but look at how much it is in the setback.
It's an ADU.
No, it's not.
No,
That's what I'm pointing to. It's not. It's part of the project right there. It's the guest house. It's not an ADU, so I don't understand why we're approving something that's that much into the back, in the setback.
have they received preliminary? Yeah, I think maybe.
Hi, this is Carl Cross from Studio William Hefner. The proposed project shows an ADU is proposed in the back there, so
Not
it
at
goes. That's correct.
Well, then the drawing should be corrected.
Yeah, well, I think that there are other issues too. And so is that,
See, it's right there.
It says ADU in the back.
yeah, okay, well, we have no jurisdiction over that.
And it says accessory building. It says.
And we have no jurisdiction over that.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay, so I have some other issues. I didn't see any details in the project. I didn't see reload counts. I don't think that these are ready for final. I think that they're ready for preliminary, which you've already got. But I know that your office is capable of producing this material.
I've submitted plans last week to the
Well,
box
maybe they didn't
file.
make it to our board. And it has all the details.
Details starting on slide 31.
Let's try 31, see what happens. Okay, let's see what happens. That's what we have on our sheet.
Oh,
there.
that's not the right set.
Okay, so until we get the right set of drawings, and I apologize if the planning department is so busy that they don't get these things done right. But we don't have the correct drawings here. Do you understand that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so I have a couple just other quick comments. We are going to run short even though people aren't here. PDF page 22, please. In the upper drawing, there's a chimney with two windows, and I believe that that's facing the street actually. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And when I looked at all of the other elevations, every single one, I didn't see large expanses of glass like that. Had you considered putting a vertical mutton or mullion in there?
Yes, the new plans show that being revised. It shows the
Okay.
window not going all the way down to the ground, and it shows a vertical mutton
Okay.
breaking that up.
And PDF page 31, please. Okay, so there you have three downlights here, tree lights, one that's right in front of that area that we were just talking about.
Mhm.
I'm okay with the two in the back. I don't think they're gonna have any effect, but would you consider, David, right there, the blue dot in front of where that chimney is and the. Yeah, right there. Would you consider a little lower? Would you consider removing that tree light?
In the front,
right
yes,
there? You would?
yes.
Well,
Go ahead. Cliff.
because my take on the lighting, it is exactly the opposite. I'm okay with the one in the front. I'm not okay with the two back ones because those are right next to the next door neighbor.
Would you restudy those tree lights, please? We're
Right.
trying to keep all of the lights down. To maintain a dark community, and everybody, not just you, everybody's trying to put a lot of lights in, and we're doing what we can not to. So would you restudy that?
Sure.
Okay. And I think that's all I've got. So we are on for final, so we will recommend a continuance to the full board. Okay?
Okay.
And please make sure to work with your planner to ensure that he or she has 100% of the drawings uploaded that you want us to look at.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so C5, that was C2. Who else do we have? to continue?
Right? Yeah.
No.
Okay, so C3, Kurt, are you here? Is somebody here for item C3, please? Is somebody here for consent item C3 1123 Camino Viejo?
No.
I see Kurt there.
Kurt, you have your mic on?
Sorry, hi. Yes,
Are you
can you hear
good
me
with that?
now?
Okay, so Claire, did you have any comments about this, please?
C3. I thought we just did C3.
No, we did C3.
We did C2. Oh, C3,
Yeah.
Kurt Mattis,
Magnuson,
Camino Viejo.
did you have any comments?
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. They're doing the master bedroom addition in the back.
Right. No, no, I'm fine.
Kurt, the one thing that I'd like you to add a note, which would say details and colors to match existing. Would you be okay with that?
Yes, that's no problem.
Yeah, so I will recommend that this get approved with adding that note. And good job, thank you. And
Great, thank you very
if
much.
you want to see we are recommending approval, we are not giving approval. The full board will probably vote to approve this in about half an hour or so, if you want to stay around. Otherwise, I think it's pretty much a slam dunk. Okay?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward and
It is.
it's great.
So
All right.
is everybody taking care of them?
We have C6
Oh,
still
C-
is here, and then C1 we haven't taken care of, but they aren't not here yet.
Okay, so C6, excuse me. That is Kurt,
What?
excuse me, Derek, are you here?
Yes,
Yeah, hey guys, Daryl Becker. I'm not being led in video.
Excuse me?
I'm not being led on video.
Is,
neither am I.
Okay, that's fine.
you guys have it? Are you guys okay now?
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay, David.
So
Yeah.
yes?
Derek, why don't you just take the lead on this right now? So this is 596 Picacho affiliated with our other two projects next door.
So can we go to PDF page 4, please? Derek, are you there?
I am.
You have 2 areas of lawn called out as 4.
Yes.
Are those both existing?
The one towards the bottom, yeah, that one is existing. The one behind the house is new.
Okay. And then can we
It's
go to,
very small, as you can see.
yeah, I can. So David, on the upper right-hand corner, there's a legend with a number 4 in it. The green, the boxes on the right, no, same page. Right there, it says low water use there. Is that right?
Yes, we can propose, I think we're proposing a subsurface drip, a lawn drip.
And so that's low water?
Yes,
Well, you show it in now, David, if you can go into the calculation itself. It says in there that it's a high water use and it's a spray. So what's?
Well, I guess
Yeah,
it's still, because it's turf, it's still listed as high. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it would be our preference to use the overhead sprays as we are meeting our Moilo calculation.
you are meeting them, just barely, but you are meeting them.
Right.
Had you thought about a different, I know you meet the calculation. I think most people are still concerned about water use. Is there, even though we had a very wet year this year, is there a way to cut that down a little, or is that?
Yeah, that's what I was indicating at the outset. We could use subsurface drip, drip tubing below the turf. And that would actually help out.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any other comments about this? No. Okay, so Derek, thank you. We're gonna recommend approval with you to change out the new lawn for 4 to a drip system, okay?
Yep,
And can you get that sheet so it's, I will never see it again, but just so we have it clean, that is correct, and then the zone number 4 is correct. If it's drip, I don't know if low water use is correct with the lawn, but I will leave that to you as an expert, okay?
okay,
But we will recommend approval, okay?
all right, sounds good.
So, drip and new water.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so now C1, is that in? Yes. Okay, so,
To see one here.
Greg, are you here, please? Greg Van Sand? Okay, do you have any comments about this?
No.
My comment was, they have Douglas fir, pressure treated Douglas fir called out on the drawings. So those should last pretty well, but if you, stop, up to the top. That, right there, scope of work, enlarge that photo, please. That area there is weathered. And I think that we should say no stain or paint on the drawings, so that we stand a chance of getting that.
Got it. That's fine with me.
Okay, so I would like to recommend that we say no stain or paint on this surface, okay, on that material. And we will recommend approval for that. So is that okay with you, David?
Yeah.
David? Yeah, okay, so we're now done.
Now I can go
I
back.
think,
I think so,
okay.
because with the C4 being continued.
Oh, do you need us to make a motion for that?
Not yet. We can just do it during the Gen staff's report, because there's another item that needs to be continued as well.
Okay. Good.
For C5,
We continue C5 because the incorrect set of drawings was given in the box. Do you aware of that?
Katie, I believe that John is talking to you.
Hi, sorry, I was having issues with the mic.
So we were forced to continue the second.
Hey, John, you're really muffled.
Okay, how's that?
Okay, better. Yeah.
Thank you. I had my, okay. So we continued this because the incorrect set of drawings is in the box, like, you know, up on the web. Can you make extra careful sure that you get everything up there so we don't have that problem again?
Yeah, so this is for C5.
C5, yeah, it's 607 Meadow
Yeah.
Lane. And they, you know, I had a couple of comments and they said we corrected all that, et cetera. So
Oh,
I
interesting.
have a
Okay,
feeling that the preliminary set was put in, not the final set.
got it.
Okay,
You're saying you want to continue it to next meeting, or do you want me to upload the correct one?
yeah, it's up to the staff. Have we met all the requirements? In terms of time and your review and all that good stuff?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to look for the one that I uploaded. I reviewed the plans and they looked good to go.
And that we're seeing, we don't.
So could you upload those really quick?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'll have to give her rights again. Just give me a minute, Katie.
1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I've added rights to you. So Katie, I believe the set of drawings that are in there ended at page 31. So I think there was supposed to be more than that.
Understood. The most recent plans that I have also end at page 31 now.
Okay, so let's not try this.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Katie. So if you could reach out to, who was this today? Carl,
Yeah,
and chat with him about it.
yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Greg? Greg Van Sand?
Yes, hi, John.
Hi, we want to approve it, but we want to make sure that there's no stain or paint put on that Doug fir. Are you okay with that? So it matches the wood next to it over a few years from now?
Yeah, that would be fine. With us.
That's our only comment.
Oh, okay.
Because
Uh,
you call it out and wood has turned a natural gray out there.
Yes,
I don't know if the Doug fir is gonna do that, if it's got pressure treating on it, but.
I think it may to
I
a
think
certain
we stand
extent.
a better chance with it.
Yeah, yeah. And that's fine. Do you want me to add that as a note to the plan, John?
Do, and I do. Please.
I will do that.
Okay, good. Otherwise, it has not been officially approved. It will be here in about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes at the full board.
Okay, you want me to stay tuned then?
If you want, otherwise, I think it's good. You're good to go.
Okay, yeah, I can hang on.
Okay, good.
Thank you, John.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go, Greg.
Okay. Take care of yourself.
So that who
Everybody got my agenda. Okay. And David, are you ready? And may I start? I'd like to call the June 15th, 2023 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item is public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on an item that's not on the agenda today, please?
I've not received any requests to speak.
Okay, item number 2. Agenda status report, David.
We do have 2 changes to today's agenda. We have received requests for continuance for items number C4 and number 5 on the standard agenda, both to be requesting continuance to your June 29th meeting.
Is there a motion to that effect?
And what
please?
number? What is it?
C4,
C4, I got. What's the other one?
5 on the standard.
5, the East Valley one.
I'll move for continuance. Any discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Carried unanimously. Minutes of June 1st. Any comments, please? Anybody? Okay, I have a couple.
Oh, here they
I
are.
think it's two. Okay, so item number C5. I think Elida was still in the meeting at that point. It's too bad she's not here today. It's in the item continued C agenda status report. But when that vote happened, she was here. That vote happened very early in the meeting. Yes,
So I'm sorry, which one are you talking about?
item number 5, there was a vote to continue. This was the project on Periwinkle. We did that first thing in the meeting. Yes, and we did, but here, under item 5, it says, okay.
Got it.
So I think that was incorrect, okay, and then. Okay, members of the board, item number 8. Which is the 700 Riven Rock Road, a new single-family residence. We had a number of comments. Number 4, MBR expressed concerns regarding wall fence along Hot Springs Road. Chip, this is your job. And then the thing that I'm concerned about is consider stepping back from property line, articulating fence line, and varying landscaping, etc. Did we say that we wanted them to take the entire fence and move it back off the property line?
No, we asked them to. My mic is acting up. We asked them to step it back. It's part
Back
of
and
it,
forth.
back and forth, yeah.
But not along the entire property line. Do people remember that?
Well, only along
Hot
the
Springs.
hot springs. We would-
Okay, so I would like to change this to say, consider, and then strike the next 4 or 5 words, articulating the fence line, varying landscaping, etc. Okay, is that okay with everybody? Consider articulating the fence line, varying landscaping, etc. Along Hot Springs, let's make that along Hot Springs Road. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes,
Okay, I'd like to move for approval of the minutes as amended. Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
I was absent, so I'll abstain.
Okay, and I guess Chip abstains on item number, whatever that was. Okay. Members informational briefing. Anybody go anywhere, do anything? Any comments?
well, yes, I do have one thing. I actually, met with the, Montecito Association Chair of the Land Use Committee.
Okay,
And one other item on this that goes in here is that I'm stepping down on number 6. Item 6.
okay.
It's the one it's a 226 Mountain Drive, West Mountain Drive. It's that item.
Anybody else, please? Okay, staff update. David, please.
I have a few things, actually.
Yes, he
Okay.
does.
Okay, so item number 1. I received a request from long range planning staff to place an item on the next agenda regarding the let's see here, the objective design standards that they were working on. And so they want to come give a brief presentation and actually have the MBAR select someone, and they're going to do this for all 4 of the BARs to review and, where applicable, for review and refinement of the standards as part of the further ordinance development. So they're going to be coming, giving a presentation and asking the MBAR to select someone to do that with the representative for the other BARs. So if you could be I don't have any additional information on that, so. So if.
Well, no, I just want, actually want to just ask a question. Okay, because you're talking about new design standards. Okay, where do I go and find the original design standards?
So I will make sure to pass along to long range planning that they as part of their presentation, exhibit the baseline.
Well, but if they already exist somewhere, you're saying that this meeting is about the new standard. Where are the old ones?
So they're going to give a presentation. If there's additional material, I can put it in the box folder for next week. Or the next time,
As much
yeah.
as you can, please.
Okay,
Okay, anything else, David?
Yes, so we have another couple of things. So just a reminder that starting in late July, construction of this room upgrades will commence. Originally it was late August. So we're looking for a new home temporarily through the beginning of November. So we're going through the process. The first place I checked was the hall where we used to meet, the Montecito Association. They said there's no room for you. So I have reached out, I talked to John. He gave me a couple suggestions, but if you guys think of anything, just email me. And so we're looking for starting with your July 27th hearing through likely the last hearing in October. I had to double check and see if there's one in November. So just keep that in mind. We're going to be in here for about a month, and then we'll have to find a temporary home for that.
What are the options? Any rental places available, or are you saying just county property?
I'm open to all options. Certainly the ones where we have to pay a fee are less desirable.
So David, why can't we use the Board of Supervisors?
The reason for that is the Board of Supervisors hearing room will be undergoing renovations at the same time.
oh, good planning.
My understanding was that was a cost. Yes, this was, I expressed my concern to the project manager in general services. I said, so what you're telling me is you've maximized impact. And he's like, yes, they understand. And so we are also competing with all of the other boards looking for temporary homes as well. So
You know what? I think that since the county reviewing the project for Ty Warner right now, I think you should ask him to use the Montecito Club ballroom because they're empty 99% of the time.
So I think that was one of the suggestions that the chair had. I expressed concern that the optics of using a facility for an applicant that comes on a regular basis at the MBAR might not be the greatest.
I actually had suggested Miramar, but close enough. Hey, Chip, if you want, you could probably sit down. I'm fine. Okay, then I'll fall asleep. Okay, there you go.
So just because I know we have a busy day today, I just want to move on to the last item. And that is, I just want to I'm going to be very generic about this intentionally. On your next agenda, we have a couple, but in general, we have a couple of projects coming up where the MBAR has indicated that you wanted to perform an informal site visit. So my question to you as staff is, what would you like in terms of notification on that? Like, so when I send out the agenda, just say, hey, these two, you've indicated that you want to do informal site visit. I'll let the applicant know that you may be hopping around, or how would you like me to handle that?
You send out an email to us, just this
Yeah.
group.
Just, yeah,
With the.
Okay, yeah,
Put it in that email.
okay. Okay, and that's fine. So that's actually the less controversial part of this discussion.
Oh, David, one more. Did you look at the library?
That's what I started with. Yeah, they said no.
Public.
It's the same building.
or
library.
one on
The hall.
No,
Oh,
right,
the
yeah.
library here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't yet. But yes, I will. Thank you.
Have a great meeting.
Okay, so next part of the site visit discussion. So,
One last option, the courthouse.
okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I do. We're looking for options here. So not only for MBAR, for our other boards. So I welcome all suggestions. So the second part is, I'm going to say generically, in a situation where the applicant has requested in the guise of security protocols for the BAR members to provide a list of those attending in advance, recordation of IDs upon entry. We have received such a request, but in general, how does the BAR feel about it? I've talked about this with our management and with our council, and they certainly have a certain perspective on that. But I want to be generic because it's not on our agenda.
Are you talking about informal site visits?
I'm talking about a formal site visit.
Formal site visits and them needing more information about. who
Your
we are.
identity.
Yeah.
So
I have nothing to hide.
Who needs our identity? I don't understand what we're,
and I'm trying, right, because I'm
I
intentionally
don't
being,
Well, if-
something,
yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'm missing what you're intending, what you're asking. I don't understand what you're asking.
Certain landowners are concerned about people just wandering around on their property, being given an open gate because of our site visits. And wants to control that more so than other property owners. So it has to do with those that are have
Okay,
a particular
yeah.
high sensitivity to them.
Okay, I actually know where all this, now I understand where all this is, I know exactly where it's coming from.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we care or not care? Probably show your ID.
Yeah, it seems to me that the board's done that in the past.
I think that we show our IDs, and it sure would be nice not to say planning commission.
Okay, so
Didn't you get the number?
Not yet, I'm still planning commission.
so I will have discussions. I'm not sure if
We'll see what
I'm
happens.
not sure if staff's okay with it.
Okay,
Yeah, well, that's up to them, it's up to you guys.
I also need an idea.
What?
I don't have it on me, but Sharon on this.
okay, please get him then.
Well, there is one, something that Sharon always brought to the site meetings.
That's something different.
Yeah.
You're talking about that
Oh.
green thing.
Oh, this is the thing to get you in the building. I do. I'll talk to you.
Well, I think what we're recommending, and I think what I'm hearing John say is that this could act as an ID, right? For a site visit, if we show up at a site visit with our tag on, that should be enough for the homeowner, right?
I don't know.
Okay, can we move on, please?
Yeah,
have
I
a
think we
long
should.
meeting. Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, Montecito, anything else?
That's it. That's
Excellent.
enough.
Montecito,
Hi, John, if I could just request that the members of the MBAR, sometimes it's very difficult to hear you. If you guys could make a conscious effort to speak into your mics and a little bit louder than maybe your normal tones would be much appreciated.
okay, I will talk louder. You also, by the way, I had a hard time hearing you. Okay, Montecito. No offense, sir, Kimberly. So item number, Roman numeral 6, consent items. Claire and I had 6, one of which we just continued. Item C1, Greg Van Sand brought that sound wall down near the railroad tracks in 101 before us. It's on for preliminary and final. We reviewed it. Our only comment is that no paint or stain shall be put on the wood so that it will remain natural. I would like to move for both preliminary and, is there anybody that would like to address the board on this item, please? Seeing none, I'd like to move for preliminary and final approval of item C1 with the condition no paint or stain be placed on the wood. Is there a second? Any further discussion, please?
I do have a discussion.
Yes,
I know
please.
that sometimes they get graffiti on that. How do you treat that?
Well,
Sandblasted off or
I guess,
paint it to match the color of the wood that's current?
let's address that issue in the comments.
All right,
Yeah, I mean, the one next door to it has my graffiti.
okay, well, that's a good spot.
Okay, all those in favor, please? Aye. All those opposed? Item number C2, again, on for preliminary final. This was that garage that Robert had talked about, evening up the head heights and things like that. And we believe that it is ready to go. So is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C2, 2698 Sycamore Canyon Road, please? Seeing none, I would like to make a motion for preliminary and final approval as submitted. Is there a second, please? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item number C3, Kurt Magnus's very small master bedroom addition at 1123 Camino Viejo. We reviewed that as well. The comments that I had was to put a note on the drawing, details and colors to match existing, which Kurt was okay with. Is there anybody that would like to address, we are on for prelim and final. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C3, 1123 Camino Viejo, please? Okay, I'd like to move for preliminary and final approval with the requirement that the details and colors to match existing comment be put on the drawings. Is there a second? Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. Item C4, as we all know, was just continued. Item C5, there was a mix-up on the drawings. They did not, we're not quite sure what happened. We didn't get a final set of drawings. We got a preliminary set of drawings. We chatted with Carl from William Hefner's office at 607 Stone Meadow Lane, and he has agreed to come back in 2 weeks. So I would like to make a motion for continuance on item C5, 607 Stone Meadow Lane. Is there a second, please? Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item C6 was the almost all landscape project at 596 Picacho Lane. It was the rear parcel the Decker Studios and Derek brought before us, both for preliminary final. We asked them if they could change one of the lawn from overhead spray to drip, and they said they could. First, try to save a little bit of water. And they agreed. So is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C6, 596 Picacho Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, so I'd like to move for both preliminary and final on item C6. 596 Picacho Lane with the applicant to change the Hydrozone 4 overhead spray to drip. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, very good. Thank you. Item number 1, consent item. Okay, good. Item number 1, 77 Olive Mill Road. We did do a site visit today. I see the applicant is sitting here. Please make sure that your mics are on and make the presentation as you wish, please.
So as here.
Speak up. Apparently the mics are not working that well today.
Hello. Better. All right. So there was a couple issues. Very good. There was a couple issues on site from the adjacent neighbor regarding height, and we received a letter from that neighbor that alleviated that concern. So there's no concern on that. I think that was it from the last meeting. We didn't have any other
Okay, well,
items
my,
on site. We had a couple of items that you requested, and I think one of them was a turnaround radius for the parking, which I showed you earlier today. And I think that was okay. The next portion of it was the height of the existing adjacent building compared to the proposed building. The height of the existing building is about 22 to 23 feet, hard to tell with the measuring tape that we had this morning. And our building is 27'8". So it is higher than the adjacent building, although it is sitting behind the structure. I think that's where we're at. In terms of our floor to floor elevations, as we discussed this morning, you can see it on the drawings on A2.21, that wall section. First floor ceiling is 10 feet 1 inch. Second floor ceiling is 9'6". I think that's what we discussed. I don't think there was anything else on site that we discussed.
my compadre, Bill reminded me that there were comments that I neglected to read in from the last meeting, and please let me do this. Site visit and story poll is required, which we had. Provide 3D massing studies, which you did. Provide inspirational images, which you have. Return with details. I'm not quite convinced about that, but it's probably fine at this level. And provide information on private yard areas. Do you have any private yards in your site plan, please? We are on for concept today.
Yes, the private site areas, there's not a whole lot. The ones that were more of a concern was the turnaround and the driveway. There's not a whole lot of private site areas, as you can see towards the freeway side of Highway 101. The existing 3 oak trees are going to remain, and I think we saw some avocados that I don't think will stand. They get too large for that tight of an area.
So is your presentation completed then?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Questions? Robert, let's get started with you today.
First, where is the Caltrans site wall on that site plan? Or is it shown?
So Caltrans site wall is going to be right along that line right there. There's an existing wall that sits on the inside of the property line. The new Caltrans wall is going to be on the other side of the property line. I am not sure how tall that wall is. We believe it's 12
It's not
feet.
on the plan.
It's not on the plan, no.
It's not there. You
Okay.
can't see it there. It's not.
It would be located on the Caltrans property on this side. Yes.
Would that be an opportunity for a little bit of private yard? Would you be allowed to
Well, we can't build on,
cross over into that area?
if you allow us to build on Caltrans, sure.
That's on.
Well, once they have a 12-foot wall up, I mean, what's gonna happen with that space?
Well, obviously, we were trying to, minimize the look of a 12-foot wall. And so
Yeah.
planting for the property is going to be wanted. On the Caltrans side, I can't really tell you what, if anything can be planted. That's Caltrans.
And this morning you said it was a 10-foot plate on the second story, but really it's a 9.5. per your
Yes, that's
plans.
correct.
Okay. No more questions.
Dave, please. Questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify again, historicals were based on a midpoint between what you think the grading is going to be.
That's correct.
So right now, potentially the house could be 2 feet above the grade, but you based it on 1 foot.
I am not sure how the grades are going to work. I think this is conceptual. So if it does go up or down, it's going to depend on civil. And I think we, if necessary, address the height when we get to the real civil plans. It all has to do with drainage off site. If we need to keep the grade low, can you turn to page 1, the site plan? Right now, this section right here is at Yeah, 50, right. So this section right here is at 50. Right here, and this section over here on this corner is about 52. The tree is at 50.66. So I took the middle portion, and this is where the historic poles were elevated from, so at 51. When we get to the civil plans, obviously we need a drain down to the street via non-invasive device, right, to get to that point. I don't know if the structure is going to go a foot higher or a foot lower. So it's really depending on where it's going to be. The base of the tree is going to be the big deciding factor because our driveway is right there. We can't excavate down below the root system. So that's really where our base is going to start from. We
This
can
is
only go
purely a site drainage issue. It's not a flood control issue.
the flood control says from wherever grade is, we need to go 24 inches above to slab level. Then
Okay.
that's where
And that's accounted for in your story.
that is the county.
Okay, thanks.
Claire, questions?
Yeah. What is the height of your new buildings?
So if you turn to page,
I think you said it, but I don't think I heard.
it's 27 foot.
It's
eight.
27, it's 27,
8.
8. And then what is the height of the owner's building next door?
We believe it's between 22 and 23.
20 and 20.
23.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, that's all I had.
Tip, questions? No questions. Bill, questions?
So just to reiterate, you're saying that the flood control gave you an AFE then, and so that's what that height, it's not about getting it out to the street, because you could do a sump pump or whatever.
That's
So it's all about flood control. Okay.
Yes, we would prefer it to go low.
Yeah. And
But-
then your paving material, what's around the tree specifically?
So around pervious material, so water could go through, the exact material at this point conceptually, we're not sure if it's going to be DG or something of that. Granite.
And arborist review yet on that?
We did have an arborist review the oak tree. That's why it's actually doing a little better. And the fire department also approved the driveway and the structure.
Does your arborist know what you're doing though with paving?
Oh, of course.
And he's okay with that?
Yes. I believe the owner has a report. I haven't, he hasn't given it to me, so I don't have it with me.
That's all.
I don't think I have any questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number C1, 77 Olive Mill Road, please?
This regular one, right?
Excuse me?
This regular one. You said
I'm sorry, item number 1, did I say C1? 77 Olive Mill Road, anybody please?
I've received no requests.
Okay, very good. So comments back, we are at concept. Robert,
I'm not sure, is these two heights of the existing home and this building at the same datum? I mean, but I mean, if you were to say
Yes,
that
yeah. We have a survey.
you adjusted it to, well, I guess what I'm saying is this is downhill from the main house.
Correct.
So is it really higher or not than the main house?
Yes, it's higher than the means.
Okay. Well, I am still somewhat concerned about the overall height and feel that we're packing a lot onto a small site and so much of it is devoted to automobiles. It's a little discouraging. I'm not sure how much of that is required or if there's any other way, but the lack of any private yards, I mean, is also problematic, I think, unless you do something up front there around that tree. I don't know. But anyway, I would think the second story plate could be even a little lower, maybe 8.6 instead of 9.6, and it seems tall for the size of its footprint to me. That's all my comments.
Okay, Dave, please, comments?
Yeah, I think Robert covered a lot of what I was going to say, but my main concern is the height of the building. And as I drove back along the freeway, it's pretty visible from the freeway as well. And it's not that large. The spaces on the interior in the ceiling heights that are high. The floor thing is 6 feet. So, and especially if this is going to go up even higher based on the grading, then I really have concerns. So I would highly encourage you to study ways to reduce the plate heights, possibly expose the ceiling on the second floor. I know there were some logistical issues, but given the size of the spaces and the structure, it feels too tall already. And then for a small spaces, the same. So and then I have the same current concerns about the site, as Robert mentioned, but if there's a way to create more usable yard space and landscape space.
Is that it? Claire, please, comments?
Okay, I have no other comments, Mr. Chair. I mean, ultimately, I think that is the issue for probably everybody that's sitting here, that they think is too big. And the only solution is to see that, you know, it's always hard for me personally, anyway, for maybe other architects don't think, you know, the fact that we're constraining new buildings as far as, in this case, height, because it's the owner or whoever's building the building has to comply with flood control, and so the building automatically has been higher. And if I think on site, the conversation came up. So it's raised up off the ground 2 feet above the, you know, so if that were to go away, the height of the building would be appropriate. And so I find it very difficult to kind of hold up a project because flood control pushed it up in the air. And I also didn't drive the freeway as you and John did. What I did is I went around, what do we call the circle?
Coast Road Circle.
The one that goes along the edge of the freeway. And I couldn't see anything from there. So, you know, it kind of eyes of the beholder, I guess. I mean, I just couldn't, and I did it twice. I did 2 loops around that way, and I couldn't see from there across the freeway to this, but I couldn't see anything because this building is pretty well screened from the freeway side because there's so many oak trees on the Caltrans property.
It is visible from driving north of the freeway.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying I couldn't see it.
Guys. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Tip. You know, so let's talk about the height. I think that there are 2 separate issues here about the height, or not issue, but maybe something we should discuss. Number 1 is the height of the building when you stand on site, and number 2 is the visibility of the project. I assume when you exit the freeway, right, John? It's somewhere around there. Okay. So, you know, and this is not only for this project, but I think this issue come up many times, but I don't think that we are here to make a new project invisible. But that's not in the guideline of Montecito that every project has to be invisible. We live in an urban area, you know, you have new buildings like the Montecito Inn, you see from the freeway clearly. You see a lot of things on the freeway because that's not one requirement. So for me, I definitely will not look at it as a building has to be invisible because no such thing as invisible. You know, it's a nice building, you know, not like what the cities all built, those the condo right at the freeway, you know, that's in the market, and no landscape and screen work.
So for me, even you see something, it's nice and it's nice. I think the bill, I'm glad you did a three-dimensional model. I can at least fully have a clear understanding of what the projects are about. It's a difficult site, it's a tight site. I think you zigzag it from the freeway. I think with the wall, you'll probably see the wall before anything else, a 12-foot wall, which is not very attractive, but at least I see it. Yeah, I see it. You probably see that before anything else, and then the landscaping. So that is number one that I want to address that issue. Number two, about the height of the building now. Obviously, you know, if it's a little lower, I think the proportion might look a little better because you had to deal with the flood control of 2 feet raised. Because of that, it's worked against you, not in your favor, but in terms of aesthetic, I think the building with the style of the building will probably look a little better. So I would try to adjust the plate height a little bit to make it a little more feel better in the courtyard. And not only that, I think the higher you go, it will be more noisy issue for the second floor because that catch-22. And since the spaces are not too big on the ground floor, I think a 9-foot ceiling probably would do a ceiling treatment, would save you a little money and bring it down a little bit. But other than that, I think it's a very difficult site. It's a very noisy site. The building will block the noise to motorport, and I'm glad you saved the tree. So you know, I'm fine with that. You can lower it a little bit.
Bill, comments?
Yeah, I agree with other board members. I think the height certainly is a concern. And I agree with Dave. I think proportionately, the spaces are small, the rooms are small. I think you go to 9 foot on the lower floor and 8.6 on the upper, or if you do an open volume ceiling, or even 9, I'd be okay with 9 and 9, I suppose. But you know, some way to get it down. I like the architectural style. I think it's great. I think the roof pitches are fine. You know, they work for this. The other area of concern, I think, would be the oak tree. I think that planning, if you haven't gotten your planner commenting already on this, they normally would have you mitigate even for impacting if you're more than 20% encroaching into that oak tree canopy, you're going to have to mitigate with some trees. So you'll have to find some other places to put some mitigated trees. And I think that'll only help the case too, because they'll just end up landscaping. So, you know, I think landscaping is going to be important. To Robert's point about the outside living area, I think if you really treat the front as the living area, you've got a nice house blocking your sound from the freeway. Create more of a green space out there. Maybe the pavers have a very yard, you know, outdoor, maybe use them as patios during the barbecue. I don't know. Figure out a way to make it more of a, not a driveway feel, but an outdoor space. But I think you're heading in the right direction. So.
I also agree that the building is too high. My suggestion would be 9 feet on the first, 8 on the second. I noticed up on the second floor, you already have vaulted ceilings. I don't care if it's a scissors truss or not. And I have not analyzed the plan to see whether or not you can drop portions of the second story. This height right here between the garage door header and the bottom is awfully tall because you're being forced up by flood control and not in the garage, et cetera. So if there's a way to grab some space up on the second floor and drop just that area over the garage, this is over the garage too, I think that might help, number one, with the number of stair risers you have, and therefore you're gaining a little square feet. It's not a lot, but you know, building is small. I think it will be good. So I thought that I was surprised that tree was going to be saved. I'm very delighted that it is. Can we go to the site plan, please? And I think that the comments that everybody on the board has made about this retaining wall, you can't see this site because there are existing trees. I am not 100% familiar with the Caltrans plan, but I'll bet you almost anything. 100% of the trees that are now blocking across here are going to be gone. So this is going to be extremely visible from the highway. Now, I don't know that. If you can go to Caltrans and get information that says what they're replacing, I'd be more than happy to see that, but my guess is by the time it's all done, you know, footings and over X and all that kind of good stuff, that planting is going to be done. Now, we'll see. And if you can get that, I'd love to see it. Members of the board, additional comments? Yes, no? Anybody?
Well, I was just gonna comment is that we just reviewed on consent, an item that that actually the wall, the 8-foot wall that we just talked about on consent, you know, that wall was placed on Caltrans. It's a shared property line right there. And Caltrans didn't take any trees away in order for that person to build a wall. So, you know,
Okay.
it's not, you know, Caltrans happens to be very careful about the removal of trees. So,
Let's find out if you
Okay.
guys can get that information.
well, I did, because I work for Caltrans, that's why.
So I strongly suspect that. Okay, we are on for concept. Do people believe it's ready to go to prelim, please, or not? Yes, I think so. To the football. Prelim at football.
Yes.
Okay, and something, yeah, this, you know, this little irritant right here called the driveway and the entry gate and the shared driveway and those trees or whatever they were, large hedges that were right down here. I'd love to see that in great detail when we come back, because I think that that is going to either make or break the visual quality from the street and what kind of landscaping, if any, you can get right here. Given the fact that there's a big driveway or turnaround or something.
I think the applicant should come back with a full landscape plan for the preliminary approval, so at least we can take a look at that, because the landscape will be very important.
I agree.
And
Okay.
the grading, dialed in grading plan, building heights in the arborist report.
Okay, you guys good here? Okay, item number 2, please. 1157 Dolzero Lane. Frederick, are you here? Okay, please. Do we have comments? This is, I believe, a new item. Yeah, but hi. Into the mic, please. Yes, it does. Hopefully. Speak up.
The
Apparently,
red light?
there
Okay.
you go.
Okay, you're off to run. I am Fred Zonzius. I'm a New York architect. I'm scheduled to take your exam, but that's a few months away. So next to me is the owners of the property, Bridget and Michael Walker. And they're part of the presentation. This is a concept point of view. And what we're doing is, if you look to the model, which is, we'll say 1,000 words, is that we are adding this master wing addition, which is the principal part of the project. So currently, you come up from the driveway. Get our bearings. Off of the main road, you come up the driveway. Sorry. You come up the driveway, and there's an existing area in front of the house, which is the driveway. This is the existing garage. There's existing kitchen, main part of the house, and another small area of the house that was added to the project. To the project. It's surrounded by hills over here, and the view is this way to the ocean, and this view is this way to the hills. And you have a house up here, a house over here, and it all goes up. Everything around me here, everything around me is higher, and the gentleman below us, the house below us, is we see that from here the roof line. So on the model, this is the driveway. That's the driveway. This is the main, this is the garage again. This is the main house. This is that addition. I mean, this is that adjunct to the building, which is this guy right here. And the basic premise of our project is adding this addition, which goes and fits inside. So I've heard you all speak about height. So this is the existing ridge line of the building. And all the future pieces that we're adding is below that ridge line, that existing ridge line. And that's 17'6" off of 0, off of this grade. Single family, yes. So in detail, we're adding a front door. There currently is a front door. We're adding sort of an accent to the front door. In detail, we're putting a skylight here. We're putting a skylight here. And we're evening out. If you look on the side here, where the garage is, there's another sort of workroom area. We're sort of gonna just come straight across and even that corner out. And that's that small square footage that was in our submittal. And that's squaring off this corner here. So that's in essence what we're doing. Regarding mechanical equipment and things of that nature, you'll see that next to the road here, there's a heavy growth of olive trees. There's an olive grove here, and it descends also from this road up it's about 10, 12 feet higher from here and here. So it's the property is fairly enclosed from the street. You can't really see much of it. I have a video on an iPad if you would like to see the property, unless you're going to go see it.
We have quite a number of site photos,
Oh, good. Good.
right? Those were included. There's
Oh,
like
good.
20 of them. or
So I can
something.
pay my staff their salary next week. Okay, great. Good job. So
David,
this,
there are 42, just goes.
so these are the back of the house. So that main structure is going to stay intact. This is the main structure. And we're going to clean up and demo a lot of that stuff. Just, create new facades, which you'll see in the elevations. Thank you, David. This is the back of the garage over here, that from the back of the property. And go back one more, David, I'm sorry. Right over here is the addition that we're adding, which is this guy.
Keep going. It's a 1960s, 1970s single story ranch.
This is the driveway coming up. This is the driveway looking down. That's the olive grove. This is as you come up the driveway. This is the hills in the back. This is the grade, about 10 feet. We're not touching any of the curb cuts. We're not touching any of the streetscapes. That's the current mailbox. This is upside up. Yep, keep going. Oh, go back one. So you'll see right here, there's the existing garage. And if you off to the right, there'll be it comes back. So this is the one facade we're pulling forward about 4 feet. But so this corner and all that, and this wall here gets pulled this way towards the garage about 3 more feet. So we're reframing this ridge, but we're reframing the valley, but we're keeping the top ridge. Okay. The upper gardens and all the stuff around here, we're keeping more or less the same. The retaining walls, we're not touching. The stepway up to the upper gardens and parterre, we're not touching. So that's all stays intact. Yep. And that's the center. We're recentering the house on the axis of the pool in the back. We're recentering. So this becomes a new facade. And we're putting a higher, this guy here, you see on the model. So when you pull up to the driveway, you saw some of the shots. He's like, where is the front door? So we're making sort of an entranceway here that will come up about 2 feet off the gutter line. That's the upper gardens. There's the upper house, by the way. That's the upper house way up on the hill that looks down on our house. This is the pathways, the upper gardens, which will all remain intact. Landscaping and fauna is all going to stay intact. Okay, so that's in essence the site, the existing conditions.
And David, can we go through each page, just scroll down? Yeah. Keep going, yeah. So that's existing. Proposed.
Yeah, so this is an interesting drawing. This tells it all. Yeah, so this is proposed over existing. So the proposed is dark black and the existing is in gray. So you can see this building here is black over gray. So that's all existing. This is new. And you can see this back wall is right over the existing foundation. This front wall here is right over the existing foundation. The house does, so you can't really see it, but the house stops there. So we're adding 3 feet to create a hallway. And this is the current garage that we're squaring off this corner. You see that corner is in black. And I have another reference board, if I'm allowed to talk about it. We've made a design change in the months we've been waiting to move this wall up to here, so it's all flush.
Can you please talk about those?
Yes, of course. What, do you want me to discuss it from interiors point of view or massing?
What? No, the trees.
Oh, okay. So right currently, there is that's a sycamore, and that's a sycamore. And even though the center of the sycamore is right there, I'm worried about the root system because you're digging a footing. But judging from what I just heard a second ago, maybe I'm okay. This guy is definitely gone because he's right in the middle of the footing. The sycamore. Yeah, both sycamores. But all this upper, there's that stone wall that comes around here and here. All this work happens, behind this wall. And this is just a low grass area in here, which you'll see in the pictures. And then this is the current building. And then we're building a privacy wall here that's into the existing driveway because the driveway goes this way.
So David, keep going, please. And zoom out a little, the partial sheet there.
So that's the existing building again. Okay, sorry. This is a great drawing too. This is red, which is existing, and black is proposed. So you can see how we're sticking with the envelope if you go up. And then in shadow is the additions. So we have, of course, this addition, just like the model, it fits inside this corner that we're pushing, squaring off the building, and the garage, which now does this, which I have a drawing for. This is existing footing from the records.
We
Oh,
need
come
to see
on,
that.
you guys, I got it, Kenny.
So we don't need to see.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay.
Excuse me, that we would expect to see when you
Next
come
time.
back for preliminary
Okay.
or when we've moved the project to that stage, and I understand that you're not from here and, so that's kind of, I mean, if you were from here, you would know that, but not necessarily because you're an architect and out of.
I understand.
Santa Barbara.
So for a preliminary review, this is what you expect to see.
Concept.
Okay, for the next meeting.
Oh, for
Correct.
the next meeting, well, we'll tell you what you.
Okay.
Come.
Okay. You have a 3D model also in the package.
David.
So this is the 3D model. The red here is the roofs that we're changing. That's the roofs that we're changing. And the next slide is the roofs that we're adding. So we're reframing this roof down here due to the complications of all the different roofscapes since we're squaring off the house. That's a new roof, existing. And here's the plan. There's the existing, which is the dashed lines, and the red is demo. And this is proposed. This is the existing, this is the new roof over the addition. This is skylight. That's the front door, little pinnacle that we're raising. I'm squaring off the building. So when we met with the contractor, he said, Fred, just go ahead and reframe the roof. We're doing architectural elements with the roof, but I guess that's for the next meeting. Okay, so
Okay,
The inspiration that I heard earlier was based on Cliff May. He's your resident architect. Bridget has done a lot of research in this. And so we are sort of looking at that as a precedent study of how some of these ideas were born. So that's the precedents that we're looking for the interiors as well as the exterior envelope.
are you done?
I'm sorry,
Are you done?
I can show you more.
Does anybody need?
Would you like to see more? I have boards. Okay,
I
yeah,
would suggest that you're done.
okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah.
Questions, Tip? Tip, Mike?
Are you planning to change all the exterior doors, windows and finishes or not?
yes, yeah, the building is gonna get renovated. And we're putting new windows and doors, everything is original. And so when we come back, we have a whole set of finishes to show
So
you.
what kind of new finishes will we for the building?
The current building is more or less brick and stucco, and we're probably gonna keep it that way as an exterior skin. A lot of the buildings in the surrounding neighborhood also are stucco. So we
it's just
thought,
it's plaster building.
yeah, it's plaster.
Okay, what about the doors and windows?
Doors and windows, they're probably gonna be wood, like a Marvin window that we picked out. It has a narrow spline, so we want to be sort of like Cliff May, more modern a little bit.
That's fine. What about the roof?
The roof, that's a good discussion. We showed it in our drawings as a standing seam roof, but we still have a meeting tomorrow with the designer, and so that might be changing.
Okay, so that means the roof will be standing seam, some kind of metal. The skin, the building with the same plaster.
Yeah.
And then the new doors, wood doors and windows to replace existing.
Right. And the roof, though, let me just comment on that. We started with standing seam, which is the drawings show now, but we're not sure. So,
Okay, that's fine.
okay.
Just want to
I mean, we
know,
can
as-
change our mind, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Bill, questions?
Is that new addition, are you cutting into the hillside there?
No, if you go back to the site plan, you will see,
It looked like there was some grades there. I couldn't tell. It's flush, flat, that part of the yard.
wait for it. It's coming up. Go up.
If you
Go
stand
down.
in on that.
Yeah, it's go to the next, just keep going down. There's like, we have a blow up slide, right?
Actually,
Okay,
go
right
to
there.
that one up above.
Yeah.
Zoom
So
in.
this is existing. This wall here,
David,
this is all
David,
flat.
Zoom in on the upper right.
Yeah, right
lower.
here. So this is a retaining wall that, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet coming into this. So this is the existing building. We're coming in about 4 feet right below this line. And that's our addition. You can see it in the model. And this wall here, basically, this is all the same grade. And this is the stairs coming down. So even though we're going straight out, we're parallel to the contour. So we're not really digging into the hill. We're running parallel to the hill.
So you're not needing to add any retaining on to that.
No, this wall stops. If you look at the next slide. Here it is. You'll see my wall. The wall stops right there, right against the current building wall. And that runs again. You can see it's parallel to the slope. So that's that.
Any other questions, Bill?
Good question.
Your roof drainage and the skylight there in the addition, have you rethought how that
This guy?
could be? Yeah, it looks like you got roof draining into walls and
Yeah.
a lot of places where water is being collected.
Right. Well, luckily I'm in California and not New York. So I have no snow issues. But I was going to do a Yankee gutter, believe it or not, which runs along that side. So I was going to do a Yankee gutter, come here, turn, and same thing, Yankee gutter here, and come down in this corner. So I was going to just do an inverted gutter and catch all the rain. We looked at that. In order, we could raise this higher, this guy higher. This could have been the ridge that goes right into it. But then we are changing, first of all, the budget got out of whack. And then we are changing all this roof framing. So we thought, listen, you don't snow and you do have some rain, but if we just did a sort of an internal gutter on the side of that, on the side of those two walls, to actually solve that.
That was all I had.
Okay.
Questions, Claire?
Sorry.
Given what we now see, and in the agenda, you've listed that you're doing a cut and fill of 30 yards, cubic yards. Is that the cut that's being created in order for the new addition to be added?
So David, maybe you can shed some light on this for us. When we did your application, there's, we included the ADU, which we're not allowed to discuss. But in that 30 feet of cut and fill is the ADU.
Well, then what's going to happen here? What this show, there's the addition,
Right.
but the slope is actually coming down right into so something has to be cut away there to make room for
Yeah,
the new addition.
the slab will be flattened. Yeah, it might be 12 inches. Yes, it could be some, my civil engineer is going to work on that.
So there's going to be a wall outside of the new addition.
No, the foundation wall of the house, this foundation wall,
Right.
the grade's gonna hit about 1 foot up the wall. Because if you look at the contour plan, the contours you see here. Here's the 1 foot contour, here's the second foot. So I'm only up a foot.
Got it. That's why I'm going by the drawing.
Yeah, I'm only up at 1 foot right here. So
Okay.
I'm Matt, and these are back wall windows of bedrooms and bathrooms and closets. So the windows are high, so it's a no brainer from that point of view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
Question, Dave. Questions.
Have you calculated your FAR?
We did. It's on the title sheet. We're in compliance. We met the Montecito you put out in a very
Just-
clear way. Your-
What's the
101.
101? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Anything else? I don't think that includes the ADU, but 101. So Robert, are you done? Robert, please, questions? I don't ask this question very much. Are you sure this is not a tear down?
No, because we can't afford it.
Let me ask it again. Are you sure this isn't a tear down? So
Well-
please go and look at your budget because there's a lot of work here. And it looks to me that by the time you do the repair, but that's a comment. So
We hired, can I just talk to that point?
no, just you
sorry.
guys talk about it internally, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2, 1154 Delzera Drive, please?
I don't see any hands up. I do see that someone is joining us via phone, so just a reminder. It's *9 to raise your hand. If you're joining us by phone, it's *6 to unmute yourself. Still not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, very good. So comments. Tip, what do you think? And where do we go from here, please?
Number one, I think you definitely can get by with half the drawings and half the effort, but thank you. It's really very clear, and I really appreciate you have the model with you.
Thank you.
Probably by looking at the model, I could clearly understand the project in 1 minute
Thank you.
without your presentation. So appreciate that. And I think it's I think it's minor enough in nature. I think it's definitely the house needs some work, and I definitely think and I think the good direction. The only thing that I don't think, I'm not sure how I can relate your design to Cliff May. I don't think it has anything to do with Cliff May.
Yeah, well, Bridget can talk to that.
So maybe you can pick another. I'm just talking about the books,
Yeah.
Cliff May, because we've seen a lot of Cliff May books in.
It's
around
a-
here.
Well, first of all, hi,
Please
everyone.
identify yourself.
I'm Bridget Walker, and I just want to say Fred is our architect. 'Cause he's a dear friend of ours. So that's why he's from New York. It's not because we're that fancy to have a New York architect. But Cliff May, I came up with that architect because I saw a house in Burnham Wood that I loved. And we were trying to reduce our budget and deal with the existing roof lines. And so I thought, well, why don't we go that direction? So it was my idea. Maybe it
Yeah,
was a bad idea.
I'm just talking about the material, the finishes from the outside, the roof line and everything that. So anyway, just one of the comments, maybe. To me, it's more like, California ranch.
Probably.
With a metal roofing. But other than that, I think it's will be a great improvement.
And where should we go from here, please?
My opinion, it should go to a preliminary final.
Full board. Let's see, comment, Bill. Comments?
Yeah, I think generally, it doesn't look like it's very visible from the street.
No.
And you're so far back there that I don't really have a single story, so I don't really have an issue. I just sort of word of caution on the roof. I think that's still gonna be, you got a lot of things, even with crickets.
Yes.
It's gonna be, and it seems like you could just clean that up. You're doing it on the other side. You could just clean it up on the, I know it's all about money, but that would be my recommendation. The other thing is, I think those trees are gonna get impacted, and even though you may not lose them, again, on the last one,
Which trees?
the trees that are up against the end of your
Oh, okay.
addition there, yeah.
The master building.
Yeah, the master bedroom, the ones that are on the front of that. We know you're gonna lose the one that's next to it, but anyway, you'll have mitigation trees to
Yeah.
put up, so. I would say preliminary final with landscape planning
At the full
and
board.
that full board, yeah.
Claire, please, comments?
No further comments.
David, or Dave? Excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's a nice project. The impacts to the site, to the neighbors, would be, I mean, it's asphalt and scale. There's not a lot of grading. I'm familiar with the house that you saw in Burnham Wood. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, and if you can make that transformation, I'm behind you 1,000%. But I think the idea of being true to the ranch house, ranch aesthetic, that's going in the right direction. So I can support the project moving forward, as everybody else has said.
Robert?
I like the project too. I see the cliff main, the ridge skylight, and the open trellised porch. Not sure about the standing seam roof. I don't know if Cliff would have done that.
Uh-oh, you're right.
But didn't exist back then, except maybe on ag buildings. But maybe a faux shingle might.
What
be
kind of
more
shingle?
Cliff May looking, I don't know, that's up to you.
Okay.
'Cause I think, as everybody else has said, you've got easily enough drawings already for, prelim, if not prelim final, and it's a low-key project, so I would support it.
Thank you.
God is in the details.
It is.
It's gonna make Cliff May or it's not. You can't go halfway with details. Details cost money. So, the outriggers that you showed, some of the finishes on the doors and windows that you showed are beautiful, but they're not cheap.
Right.
So, if you're going with any kind of aluminum or clad windows, which is obviously, it's a hard way to get from there to something as authentic as the 1940s, 30s, 40s, 50s Cliff Mains.
Okay.
So I mass bulk and scale, grading, visibility, and all of these are very easy to approve. I think also it should be back to the full board, but I caution you that make sure you have plenty of details, because Bill in particular, but me coming in a close second, are very picky about that.
Fantastic.
We do expect the details, will then go to the building department, will then go to the contract.
Right.
Okay, so there's not a big jump. Many people who come before us think there's a big jump from us to something else. Please fully disclose. We've done a lot of it at a larger scale, but when you get down to the inches and eighth of an inch on the details.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 inches
to a foot.
Yeah, or inch and a half, those will cost you money. I think Bill's comment about simplifying the roof at the end of the day, I think you're gonna find it's actually cheaper than to make some complicated roofs with crickets or some other kind of. gutter
Yes.
system. So you're gonna already tear off the existing roofing. And so you put a little bit of roofing, a few 2x somethings and some plywood, much cheaper than all of this stuff we're talking about. If you do decide to go to a shiny roof like, potentially shiny roof like, standing seam,
Yes,
we prohibit those. So pick a product that has a very low
lust,
reflective.
yeah, low lusting.
Okay, and you can find out what those numbers are. Please bring that and the numbers that you want. Many people that design buildings like this want a very white building. We have a maximum of 0.84 LRV for the last 2 or 3 years, so please keep everything down.
Got it.
Okay? Anything else, men and women of the board? Okay, we are on for concept, so there's no motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a question?
Get yourself a planner and we'll see you back.
Yes, we got a case number and the plan is ready to be assigned.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Item number 3, Jeff, are you around? Jeff Shelton? Oh, I didn't see you. Thanks, Jeff. Is this the smallest house in Montecito?
Next door to the smallest one.
No, I think this one's smaller. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Right, good afternoon, Jeff Shelton, architect, and Maddie Shelton with me. And we have a model right here. If we want to pass it around, we can do that. I'll just start with our plans here. First title sheet, just to get to the numbers. This is in Old Spanish Town, and there was a house on this lot, 1,283 square foot A-frame house, 2-story, and it got washed away. We built the house, if you remember, right next door, a stone tower. It was about, I think it was small. I think it was 1,000 square feet. It was also, and these houses are both in the floodplain, well, the new floodplain. And so before we even started this house, let's go to the next drawing. There's East Valley up there on the upper left at an angle, and it's a good 20 feet taller. At one point, it goes all the way down to our driveway. So we're down in a hole here, as you know. You see the circle there. That's the house that was built. Let me see how to get this in to work. Figure out how. Okay, there's that house, and its parking was historic parking, which is in that community lot, so to speak. Our lot is this triangle at the bottom. Montecito Creek is to the far right. There's the far right, yeah, Montecito Creek is right there. This triangle lot, my client bought this. She wanted to be able to control this lot. So the first thing I did was go to flood and talk about it. And our goal was to make a house that wasn't a dam and it worked in a creek bed. And so we came up with this idea. And here it is. It's pointing up towards the debris flow or a flood, which came here at about 12 feet high on the trees at the time. So our footprint is 246 square feet. That's that black portion, unlivable, storage area down there. And the building floats above it, as you can see in the model. So, and then we have a walkway up to it to the right there. Can you show that, Maddie? A little stairway and a little bridge over to it. So with that in mind, flood actually loved this project, which I've never had flood like a project in a floodplain, but it was I think they all know is we have to do the best we can down here if we are going to build. So that's basically the idea. We are talking to the county about parking. We just got a letter from them saying we can't park like that historically. We will get to that later. We might ask for a modification to park on the site or for there, but we have room for it. Next slide. This shows all these easements that have been created and purchased in the past for all this odd parking and in this zone. The big lot to the left there has granted these or sold or however you do it, the easements granted them. And there's no building there yet. Next. That shows more contours and it starts to show the AFE. Next. If you want to get into this, the upper slide was before the debris flow, and the lower slide is after the debris flow. Is that right, Nettie? Yes. You can see the round building, or the only building on our side of these three sites. Next. This is looking across the street, going up both ways on East Valley. Looking at the adjacent building up one block, one side away. Next. This is from our site towards the stone tower, looking down towards the empty meadow below in the creek bed. We're basically out there where there is nothing else. And as you can see, you can't see the tower from East Valley either. And the tower, by the way, as you're looking at, is the same height as the building we're proposing. Next. This is how we were asked to calculate our setbacks by the county. Next. And here we have our building sitting here. Next. This, I think we have calculations on both. Let's go to the colored drawings. They're more fun to look at. And there we have, let's go to the plans first, Natty. There we see the plans on the far right, the ground floor, all concrete. And so the idea with this, the structural engineers, is it's concrete base, and that first floor would be 11-inch concrete slab. So up 8 feet would be clear of any water flood area. So you walk up, there's a 7 feet distance underneath the building, open. First floor, we're just having fun at this point, trying to figure out how to make a triangle work. Got stairs in the center, and opportunities for living looking south is really the best way to do there. And we can fit little bedrooms in here or there and a triangle bed. And there is a simple roof line compared to the last job. We have one plane sloping south. The AFE is, we've raised the building higher than the AFE, 2 feet higher, 2.5 feet higher. It's maybe fear. It could be 5 feet off the ground, 5 feet clear, 6 feet off the ground. But we're having the mud come through there and seeing the mud marks on the trees. We're asking for this, and it's the same height as the other building. We're talking about core tin, just something that dies into the shade of the sycamores and oak trees that are down there, something that sort of goes away.
Jeff, what is the height of the building at the highest point?
That peak pointing towards you guys is 33 feet. The plate heights are 10 feet and 8 feet back here. This is the only straight, everything else is sloping walls. So back here, it's 10 feet and 8 feet plate heights. It's quite simple. It sort of triangle dominates, and it's like a circle, which you started. I think that's our presentation.
Questions, Bill? Please.
Jeff, is there a reason for the size of the footprint being as it is? Could it be larger, smaller? Is
the little footprint?
Yeah,
the idea was to get as small as possible.
What hits the ground?
Yeah.
And
now, numbers wide for flood, you know, the calculations. Yes, it could be big. Technically, it could be the size of the old house. The one that was, but we have that and the stairway. So we are less than the old house. That was our goal, to keep it that way.
So is flood control holding you to that number though? I mean, you're
Not to our-
making it flood resistant material anyway, right? So
It's a spirit of the actuality of the flood really happening, despite what flood says, and keeping it smaller. I mean, it's more of, okay, flood says one thing and then a debris flow happens and that's something else. So are they making us, they want to make us keep it below the original house footprint, which I believe was 770 square feet.
and you're at like.
We're 264 plus that some way to get up, which is that we're like at 500.
I think that was it.
Dave, questions?
Any questions?
Robert?
The staircase is expendable as far as flood goes, or is that required for egress? I mean, what's the construction of that?
That's concrete with a little suspension bridge. It sort of wobbles as you walk across to the main house. So it's all concrete up all the way. So there's basically getting rid of water in our mind.
Right. No more questions.
Claire, questions, please. Tip, please.
David, can I see the existing photo before the flood? Can you zoom into that one? Okay, so it's a red dot. Is that the A-frame house?
Yes.
And what's above the red dot?
That was a cottage attached to the next lot with that white house, that white gray roof. Yeah, that was I think it's on one of our floor plans, one of our site plans is dotted in, but that's the other lot. I can't remember the address right off, but they're allowed, I guess, to put a cottage back and a house.
So that belongs to the other lot.
The other lot, yeah.
So now everything's wiped out.
What's that?
Everything's wiped out.
It's all gone, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you. Were you here for the item number one? The very first item, the tall
Yeah.
building? That was 27 feet. You're 31, so you're 4 feet higher than that. I understand you're smaller. Is there, and we had trouble with that higher building. If I made that comment, do you have something?
Yeah.
Do you have a way to respond to that? Please?
Yes.
Go away.
Well,
Your opinions to yourself, is that what you're?
Mr. Watson, you did, to be fair, you did, I don't know if the words complain, but comment about the height of that stone tower when we had the story poles up there. The story poles do look terrible. And I'm, they're always ghastly to look at. When the building works, it is not, to me, it's not a big issue, the height of that building down there. And we're told to pull these buildings up a certain amount, a bigger amount here than down the freeway. So it is a bit of a problem. Do I think it fits in? I do think it fits in. I wouldn't bring it in here if I didn't. I think the size of it, the shape of it, the overall size and proportions of it, I think works well in this building.
Thank you. I have a request to speak from Mindy Wolf. No position. Could you please identify yourself for the tape? Make sure the mic is on, please.
Good afternoon, Mindy Wolf on behalf of the immediately adjacent neighbor. And our only request today is to see story poles to understand the height because we're of the same, just trying to see what it looks like. So we're not in opposition necessarily. We just would like to get story poles out before the next meeting so we can see what the impact might be. And that's it.
Anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
I don't see any hands up.
Okay, comments, please. Bill,
Yeah, I like the creativity of it. Of course, it's a fun structure. I like the materials. I'd like to see story poles too, of course, that would be great out there. The reason I was asking about the footprint is, I was wondering whether the proportion of the footprint being a little larger and the cantilevers maybe less would make it not feel as top heavy. That was my direction. Maybe others won't have that feeling and they're fine with it. But generally, I like where it's headed. And I think the model helps obviously a lot because the 2Ds feel more impact, and the model is more effective too. Or whether it's built or a 3D. So anyway, that's what I like. And I would suggest maybe when we see story poles, we'll be able to comment a little more about it. But maybe the height, if you didn't have to go 8 feet, maybe coming down and making it a little wider, the proportion of that base might feel a little better to me personally. That's all.
Dave, comments, please.
I really appreciate the form as following function. It's really intriguing, really creative solution to a challenging song. The one concern would be the height, and I think story poles will allow us to see how it fits into the context of that neighborhood. I think it's a fun project and a creative solution.
Robert,
I agree. It's a very creative solution, and well, that whole part of East Valley's in a hole down there, so I'm not sure the height's really going to be an issue, but story poles are going to be good. There's a lot of glass on that one elevation. If we have any concerns about lantern effect, we might want to think about that, but I like the project.
Claire, please. Comments?
This is sort of an aside comment here. Obviously, Jeff Shelton, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the most creative architects that ever existed in Santa Barbara. I love everything he does. And I actually am a very good friend. So I just that's what there is for me to say. I mean, I probably should have just recused myself at the beginning of the comments because that's what's so,
Tip. Well, I definitely in agreement with Claire and Robert. I think as you know, John, you mentioned that probably one of the smallest houses in Montecito. And somehow in Montecito, somehow bigger is always better, but not all the time. And our standard is very tight, so even we meet the standard, it's small. And this is smaller than the standard. So, obviously I think that's it could be bigger, but I think the size fit, I like the solution. And I'm familiar with the site, and actually from East Valley Road, it probably dropped down about 15 feet, am I right? Down to the hole.
Yeah, that means more farther south you go.
Yeah, so
west.
15 to 18 feet if you drive on East Valley Road, and you so because of that, it's really in the hole. And a lot of tall trees. I'm not sure the trees are still there now, it's all gone by now. But it's I mean, definitely the size of it's the plus, and the height is not really a concern for me because I know how to site. I know that we have a requirement of story poles for every 2-story house, especially this one. This is one of them that I don't even think we need a story post just because where it is, how compact it is, and how
will be screwed, but anyway, I think solar pole will be good. But other than that, I think, I think the glass is nice because looking out to the beautiful, setting, and that will be very beautiful, so I like the project.
I also like the project. I do believe story poles would be important. I hope we can visit next door.
Oh, yeah.
Which you say is gonna be about the same height as this building?
Yeah, we can. I'll ask her. She's watching from Paris right now.
Okay.
Tell her we'll be in the house.
If we can do that.
Yeah.
Materials, the glass, I think I know where it is. Does this have podocarpus all along?
Yeah.
East Valley, okay. So we'll see what that's about. We just approved the house that had a lot of glass in it, or we just gave it preliminary, haven't given it final. So can you also take a look at what glass you may be required to use in terms of meeting the requirements? The glass we saw that had much more in this was a fairly dark, medium gray, and I don't know if you guys are going to be forced into that or not, but I'd love to see that if you could figure that out.
Yeah, there'll probably be, this is just a good concept. There'll probably be maybe a panel there of not glass because you're gonna see a bed or something. So,
Okay,
but we hadn't got it to an engineer yet.
okay, very good.
By the way, story poles.
3.
3. So I'll put them here, but extend something out here somehow.
Give us the full thing.
Okay. So here, here, and here.
That's it?
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. Item number 4. 257 Cloyden Circle.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry, this is Tatiana Cruz, the planner. I could not hear what the comment was for it to return, what level of review for that project to return for.
I don't think you officially said. I assume
No.
further conceptual with the site visit.
What do you guys think? It's either gonna make it or not with the story poles and all. Does anybody got any thoughts besides that? It seems to me we could go to preliminary, concept next time, preliminary, final, and consent. Or we could attempt preliminary. But maybe that's too big of a jump because that's gonna require a landscape plan and everything else at that point. Okay, well. Let's go back to the full board. Yeah, preliminary full board. Next time, preliminary full board. Okay, did you hear that?
It's really hard to hear. Okay, so story
Preliminary.
polls and prelim full board.
Full board, that's it.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're okay with that, then? Okay. Okay, now, item number 4, 257 Clayton Circle. Please.
Hi, it's Mark Wente, representing a Woodward Design Group. It's Kyle. The best way to kind of describe this property is it's a roof elevation approach. It's a roof elevation approach. So as you can see from the elevation or the photos at the top, it's actually below grade and below the street. So one of the issues we had when looking at this, it's basically a project that they want to add air conditioning and new heating system, in addition to other stuff, is you can see the roof. So the premise of the design, which was pretty creative, I think, is we are putting mechanical system on the roof and then building up alongside of it and creating a new flat pane roof. So you can't see the mechanical system. That'll be shown on the elevations, similar to the way it is now, but it's a little bit thicker. And then there is a FAU unit that is going to sit on the roof, not on the property's setback areas or not on the property land. And that area is also that part is also on the roof. And then we have a shroud that goes around it to create a little architectural element above the roof plane. So actually, I think those two things are really cool about it. And the shroud, the element on top, actually makes the elevations look really cool. As you can kind of tell there, the right-hand side is higher, and then this left-hand side is lower as the street pitches.
So the garage is straight ahead on the left. The shroud I was speaking of is on the right. The garage door, and then the actual entry door is just to the right of that. It's a very tiny house. And then there's some walls that surround the front area, adjacent to the street. There you go. There's something else that I'm supposed to tell you about the back where the spa is, where is the spa equipment area. It has a wall surrounding it, but we'll get to that later. So that's existing. And that's new. I don't think there's really much to say about it. It's pretty self-explanatory. Nice proportions, good lines. The shroud helps. There's a mechanical system. And like I said, it's all going to be kind of buried in the new roof structure.
Do you have a section?
Could be in there somewhere. See.
I didn't see any. Okay. Okay, so question, are you done now?
Yes,
please?
thank you.
Okay, very good. So questions, Dave?
The blue we're seeing on the elevation is the solar panels. So
That's correct.
That's not part of this proposal. Can you, it's hard for me to tell what's new on these elevations. Can you explain it?
I would have to go back the same and to the page before, go one by one. So if you take the front elevation from the street, and then go down to the one below. Next page.
Next page, yeah.
Once they are no longer blurry, you can see that basically they're set exactly the same. The only thing that's different is that shroud on the upper section where the dimensions are. That's covering the HVAC condenser.
That's, the other elevations are exactly the way they exist.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Claire, please, questions? Yes. No question. Tip, please, questions? Robert
No questions.
and Bill.
I still am not seeing where the changes are. It looks exactly the same. I guess maybe you've done a really good job of concealing it. Just the roof shroud, basically. So are you, and the roof, you're actually pulling the walls up, cutting the roof short, pulling up the walls and then putting a new roof over the top to get more. The roof is probably a little bit thicker. It's 4 inches thicker than the previous one. And then the roof shroud, which is the part that I'm explaining it on the top drawing with the dimensions on it, that's on the roof, hiding the condenser unit. And then it's called a slim duct system. So on the roof is a slim duct that's wide but thin, and that's utilizing small fingers. Yeah, exactly. Right. Basically, that's all I had questions.
So the ducts are on the roof, not under the roof.
They're on the roof, existing roof, and then once they're there, that's ugly. So then we're gonna cover those over with new roof. That's why it's 4 inch high. Sorry.
Public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item number 4, 257 Cloyden Circle, please?
If you're joining us by Zoom and you want to speak, just raise your hand. Again, if you're on phone, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Not seeing any hands.
Just before we go on to comments, Bialowski built this?
Did they?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
He built something on Cloyden. I'm not sure which house it was. Okay, comments, please. And where do we go from here, Dave?
I think it's a creative solution to a challenge of putting a candle on the roof. We're having a hard time seeing it, so I think that indicates that you're pretty successful, so I can support the project. Good job.
Claire, comments? Tip, comments?
Robert, comments?
No comments.
Bill, comments?
The comment would be to give it approval for concepts and.
It's on the, it's
on
agenda for
for-
preliminary.
It's on for a preliminary today.
Oh, and preliminary, okay, so if we give it a preliminary approval. And then come back to preliminary consent.
Yeah, I think so. So, is that okay with everybody? Okay, so who wants to make the motion, please?
I think we'll just do.
Okay.
Move to give it preliminary concept and preliminary approval and to bring it back for final consent.
I'll second that.
I would like, under discussion, I want to see a section through there. I want to see exactly what you guys are doing. It's coming back to me and Claire. So I don't want to, I think it's going to be great. Just please disclose what you're doing. So what material is that shroud?
Right.
What material is that shroud?
I think it's stucco.
Okay, so it's not going to be shiny or anything like that. Okay, very good. So there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 5, as we all know, has been continued. Item numbers. Claire is out on item number 6. Yes. Well, you said you were out on number 6. Two, 226 East Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, sorry, yes, that is it.
Okay, so you want to recuse yourself. Okay. Okay, so we'll. Okay, so,
Yeah. Go sit outside.
or at the back or something. Yeah, we won't say what. Daryl, are you here or somebody else representing the project? Daryl? Item number 6, 226 East Mountain Drive. We can't hear you. Anybody here for item number 6, 226 East Mountain Drive, please? There.
Hi,
Hi, we're here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Good, excellent. So who would like to present this project, please? Please.
Hi, this is Becker Studios. Daryl Becker is going to be presenting this new 3-car garage project, and he is right here.
Sorry, guys.
Item number 5 was continued, Daryl, so.
Hi. Okay, this is Daryl Becker for the, sorry, John, Daryl Becker for the owners of 226 East Mountain Drive. It's an existing 1.16 acre parcel. The application is for a new 3-car garage. This 3-car garage proposed is exactly the same as the 3-car garage that this board approved back in 2015. It didn't get built because it was delayed as a result of COVID. And our application, our client has come back to us and asked us to re-permit it. So anyway, I do have a few images I'd like to screen share if I could, so you better understand the project.
So Daryl, if you had images, that's something you should have submitted.
I understood. I just saw some people do this earlier today and I just thought it might help this board.
That didn't happen.
I'm sorry. Okay. If that can't happen, that's fine. We don't need to do that. We can just go over to the other sheets that I've submitted. So PDF 3 shows the garage placement on the site. the leading edge or left of this building is board form concrete to match the existing structure on the site. This is the old castle building up at 226 East Mountain Drive. And it was a Shelton Becker Studios collaboration. The balance of the material on the garage is proposed to be smooth steel trowel plaster. And if you'll go to PDF 4, we have a roof plan, a floor plan, and then the elevations of the building. The approach into the building facing the street is board form. It's intended to be about a 2-foot thick expression, similar to what's happening on the fireplace on the building, the existing residence. The other walls are all plaster to match the existing building. And if you'll go to PDF 6, left-hand upper corner is a finished schedule as well as the photos of that building that we're matching. So if you'll zoom in, yes, perfect. You can see the board form concrete on the fireplace, and then the smooth trowel plaster, integral color on the walls. And then this building also has an existing stand and seam bonderized metal roof. And that's what's intended to be on this garage. The garage is a simple form, sort of riffing, if you will, in a smaller fashion from the existing structure. There's no trees being removed. The site plan, the area that this garage is going on is a paved area. It was paved out when this house was reconstructed after the fire. And so it's, the build of this doesn't affect the site much, other than we're taking out existing chip seal and putting the garage structure in its place.
Is that it?
That's it. We do have Derek Eichelberger on board. We don't have a landscape plan, I don't believe, but if we are planting, he did the landscape on site there, Arcadia did. And so there's probably going to be some like-for-like infill on any small shrubbery that we affect. Derek, do you have anything to add?
Sorry, my screen's all screwed up now. Anyway, there's a plan there that Daryl passed over that shows existing trees. There's 3 oak trees adjacent to the building, one on either side of the approach to the driveway, and none of them are being impacted in any way.
Is that it, gentlemen?
That's it.
Okay, questions, Chip, please. No question. Dave, please.
No questions.
Bill, please.
Your parapet that you've got, the new concrete wall there, is probably gonna have to be a little taller maybe, because your detail that you show looks like it extends a little bit above the radius roof, a little more. So
I see that.
does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Is that a question?
Kind of.
Okay, there you go. Are you done? Robert, questions?
Daryl, is the board form on the garage door elevation or the one to the left?
The one to the left only, the garage door face. This is supposed to, the board form on that left side is an ode to the fireplace wall on the main structure. The face of the fireplace is integral color plaster.
Okay, no more questions.
Roofing material, what do you got?
It's bonderized standing seam metal to match the existing residence.
So it's a gray,
Matte,
somewhat matte finish.
correct. It's mattified, non-reflective.
Okay. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 6, 226 East Mountain Drive, please?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, comments, and where should we go next, please? Tip.
I think this should go back to preliminary, final, and consent. Okay, and you're good with the project then? Yes. Okay, Dave, please.
I have nothing but, I agree.
Bill, please.
I agree.
Robert, please.
Also agreed. I wish the whole building was poured form concrete, but I understand the mixed materials, so yeah, let's move it up.
My comment is that I don't have any photographs from the street or the neighbors. And I'm not quite sure what's really going on there. And so I am, in terms of the proposal, it's fine, but does it sit well on the property with landscaping, perimeter landscaping, et cetera? Derek, that's clearly in your field. If it's going on to consent, please. Oh, okay, we're going to try Google Earth and see what we've got.
Great.
Next time, please provide photographs of, the area.
Our mistake.
Yeah, not a problem, just.
I can add, John, that the whole driveway area where this fits was re-landscaped when the main house was revised about 5 years ago.
Oh,
It's
so the car is right now?
Yeah.
Top part of that slide. Up higher, David. There you go, right there. Can you please provide the land photographs when you come back? And Derek, would you please make sure that it's whatever hedging is there, is sufficient, et cetera?
Yep.
Okay, so preliminary final on consent, we are on for concept, so we have no motion. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You're
Item
welcome.
number
Thank you.
7, Item number 7, 805 PLW. Oh, let's see, 805, close enough. 805 Park Lane West. Is there anybody, Daryl, are you here for that as well?
Correct. I'm Derek Eichelberger, and myself are here for the owner, 805 Park Lane West LLC.
Okay, let me read the comments. Thank you for coming back. Let me read the comments from our previous meeting. We did do a site visit, as I remember. MBAR expressed concerns regarding the size and bulk of the structure and proximity to a budding roadway. Concerns regarding the size of the upper roof deck and neighbors' privacy. Reduced height of retaining walls at front of the property. I think that'd be the northeast and along public trail. Increased landscape screening. Reduce or eliminate second story. One member suggested simplifying the design. Investigate possibility of modifying the building envelope through zoning process. Provide site sections and three-dimensional renderings to demonstrate the potential visual impacts to the neighbors and the trail are mitigated. Verify the driveway meets commonly accepted design standards. Bill Wolf is absent. Daryl and.
I put this planner memo on the.
Okay, so let me read that before we get started. Thank you very much, David.
Hey, can you get the
Project has
volume?
been reviewed by flood control, and flood setback requirements have been met. The applicant is currently working with flood control regarding the finished floor elevation of the lowest habitable level. The applicant has met all requirements and comments by parks regarding the trail easement. All Montecito Land Use Development Code comprehensive plan and community plan policies and code requirements have been met. Daryl, the floor is yours, please.
Excellent. Thank you, John. Okay, so our original square footage on this house was 4943. As a result of the comments in the first and second meeting at MBAR, we've reduced that down to 3339. Our original proposed FAR was 102%. We're down to 93%. Regarding size, bulk, and scale, we took the board's advice. We studied, one of the board members had recommended that we study 780 Ashley, which is a single-story front, street front project with a walkout on the back. We studied that building and remodeled this similarly. Secondly, we reduced the size, bulk, and scale to be single story. So we fully pulled off that second floor. We did continue to leave the planted roof so that when you come down from Park Lane West, you see the softening of the roof with the planted roof. Additionally, we studied the retaining walls at the front of the building. The walls at the very right-hand side or uphill side of the property are at 3 to 4 feet. And then they gravitate at the entry gate around 5'6". And then we reduced the gate going down underneath the house to approximately 3 feet. We were also asked to address the privacy from the trail easement. So we extended the split rail fence up the trail easement, kind of working with or adapting that language. And then we installed a privacy hedge, and then we have a privacy fence behind that hedge so that we have proper screening along the trail. I'm going to have Derek review later all the landscape improvements that we've integrated into the plan. The next item that we were asked to do was consider removing the second floor, which we did. The overall building is approximately 18 feet tall. And one of the other comments that we had to work with to reduce the size of the building itself was the study of the driveway and the driveway slope. The previous submitted driveway slope was 21%. This driveway is 14%. So we did have to raise the lower level carport garage area a bit so that we can get that slope to 14%. The existing roadway is around 505 where we enter the driveway. And anyway, we work with our engineering team to come up with something that did in fact work. And so I appreciate the comments from the board helping us with that. We also asked our landscape team to address screening at the front of the building and to the south to the lower neighbor. The closest neighbor is 100+ feet away. The next closest neighbor is over 130 feet away. We really only affect one neighbor. I do want to direct to the board to PDF 5, which is just an overall feel and flavor of what we've designed and the direction that this house is going towards. And then from there, if we could go, we were asked to provide some site sections, so we can go to sheet or PDF 16 and 17, which we provided these sections. So these are elevational sections to give you an idea of that single story nature at the street, and then the understory down below. I think one of the comments I wanted to make was in the first meeting review by this board, the comment was made that they felt like this design presented was a really good solution to a challenging site. They also asked us to minimize cut and fill, but we have FEMA requirements to build this grade up to BFE. And so this design concept where we have single story at the street level and then the understory parking allows us to minimize grading, which we think is really a phenomenal solution. We think with the second meeting that we had with this board, with the input comments, we took every single comment to heart and included them accordingly. So if you'll go to the next PDF, which I believe is A401, correct, right there. You'll get right there. You'll get a sense on the left-hand side of the street level. You see in the middle section, you get Park Lane, and you get a sense that that first floor level is at a single story level as recommended. And we didn't stack a second story. We took that off. And then the last thing I'd like to do is direct you to PDF 20 and 21. we are asked to do some 3D renderings. So from the street, this is our rendering from Park Lane West, the front, and then here's the rear side of the house. If this is 20, we can go to 21 now. And again, this is higher up. The upper image is rendered higher up at the property line, the north property line, looking down on the house, coming down the street. And then the lower rendering is from the trail. If you look at it, it says trail easement, and there's where the hedge, privacy hedge, intercepts the trail. So left of the trail would be the uphill elevation screened by trees and whatnot. Derek, do you want to take it from here?
Sure, you can leave that slide up. So, yeah, one of the biggest things that we had to work around was our prior presentation had the planting, all the screening in front of the house out to the edge of the road. But we had to do a negotiation with the Trails Commission, and they split the difference with us and gave us about a 5-foot plantway. So we're kind of maximizing what we're able to do there. We'll either put in a hedge or a ficus repens on all the lower level walls, which you can see here, and then layer the planting in front of that so it's got some dimensional quality to it. And then we placed the 5 olive trees and 1 oak tree in front of the house in strategic locations where it does some pretty efficient screening. Per the prior presentation, we had a hedge along the trail corridor as it's headed sort of southwest, which you can see on the edge of the trail, and that's where Daryl was talking about the wood fence, creating a border there. And all the planting is, drought tolerant and fairly native in character, so it blends with the existing landscape that's coming back after the flood. And you get a sense of that in the lower image here. We've still maintained a small play area in the back, which would probably be lawn or some sort of meadow. And that's the extent of it.
So are you gentlemen done, please?
John, I have 2 quick things to add. There was a comment by one of the board members about simplifying some of the design materials at the street level. So we changed the previously mixed board form and sandstone material to all sandstone at the street elevation. And then also on PDF 22, we have a finished material palette.
And does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
David, I have had a chance to look at all of the drawings. I don't know that everyone has. Can you start at page 1 and just click through them just so that everybody sees it, and zoom out a little so that people can get the whole, there you go, get the whole page. Thank you. We did, yeah, we were not here. Now, go back up one more. Was that a Bob Easton house that you have shown there that was approved?
The previously approved house on this site was a Bob Easton approved home. It was never constructed.
Okay, so, and that's a section through showing that, please, there in the middle.
Correct. That is correct. That is the house that was previously approved.
Okay, very good. Just so everybody can be aware of that. And yeah, please go down. There you go. Yeah, it was before COVID. I don't think we need too much there. Now we're beginning to get the slide. Go ahead.
Okay, we've seen that now. Okay, so we are on for concept today. Bill and Robert. Robert, you did not attend our site visit. That was before you were here. Bill missed it. So I'm going to put you guys at the end if you don't mind. Claire, comments, questions, please. I think this is a year ago.
Hey, well, guys, we're not hearing Claire.
Okay. Okay. So no comments, no questions? Tip, please.
David, can you go back to the renderings page, the photorealistic renderings?
22 or something.
Yeah.
Right in there.
Okay, so I just have, because I can't see clearly from it, what are you propose for the exterior materials, let's say for the base of the building?
I'm sorry, Tip, you're asking the materials on the front of the building?
Yeah, the back, like the base, the garage.
So the lower level of the garage area has to remain open because it's in the flood hazard zone and is subject to FEMA requirements. So at the very bottom foundation on the left is board formed concrete, and then it's open, and then we integrate a sandstone material in that planter there in the middle, and then we go to a mixed back of board form as it wraps around to the south and east. The upper level there is plaster with steel and glass and contemporized door window systems.
And the front elevation facing Park Lane, what is it, the second rendering? Those, is it
Correct.
plaster or stone?
No, that's all coarse sandstone.
So like thin set over framing?
Correct. Would be thin veneers, tight joint mortar over framing.
And when you mentioned sandstone, is that local sandstone or is something else?
Yeah, the intention was to use local sandstone in the lighter select tones, calling out the darker and red colors.
And the sizes are what, bigger sizes?
Yes, of course.
And then what kind of function do you have at the lower floor beside parking? I see a couple windows to the left. What are those?
Those windows actually are in the parking area. There's a garage denoted there. We do know that we have to put some flood vents. There's some requirement for flood vents for equalizing water pressure if that occurs again. But we just thought that we would put a window in. Between now and final, we would obviously study that a little more.
Are you planning to put any function down in the lower floor, like mechanical storage, anything like that?
We have we're limited by FEMA on what we can put down below. I think the requirement is it's under 300 feet and it has to be dry proofed. So we have an elevator that goes from the parking area up above. We're currently working with FEMA to figure out what that elevator looks like. And then we have a small mechanical room. I think the total square footage ends up being, I don't want to get this wrong, but under 300 feet approximately. I'm sorry. I think what we have is we have the main house up above. We have 3169. The garage is 270, and we have 170 square feet of basement. But FEMA only allows up to like 300 feet.
So David, we have a plan of that. So I don't know what number it is. It's up higher. Keep going.
Yeah, we have a floor plan of this whole level.
And one more. So that's the lower area. Okay, and then you mentioned that now the driveway coming down is 14% slope from Parkland.
Correct. We studied, I think you were the one who requested us look at the rationality of this. And so there's a curve that we calc with our engineers and the slope, and we came up with the maximum portion is a 14%, not the whole thing. But we studied that arcing curve to get in and work through the driveway slope. It arrived at 14% change from 21%. And obviously that's how we arrived at our finished floor above BFE. We're slightly elevated above the AFE so that we could get to that 14% and still make, if you look at the way the driveway intersects the roadway at Park Lane West, we enter at roughly 505 elevation, and then we downslope to get underneath the residence. And so they're kind of min maxes. If you raise it up higher, then we've got to import a lot more soil. This is at sort of an optimum level.
Do you have a section cut right through the driveway coming down from Park Lane?
I don't have that cut. I have other sections there, but we have it on the engineer drawings. That's not part of the conceptual set. We didn't want to over confuse everything, but yeah, we do have that.
Can I see that section, the long one cut right through the garage? I'm not sure what sheet that's on.
The sections would be on 303 or PDF 1617 might help. Maybe 18, sorry. Right. Hold on. That's a section from the street. If you go to.
Okay, so you don't have to fill that much fill to bring the garage up.
Correct.
Okay, and then I believe that at the last hearing previously, you had some roof decks. Are you still having it on the roof, or it's all out?
No, that we took the whole second floor off and we removed that entire deck and that extended fireplace off of the plan as we, that was something this board asked us to study, and we took that off entirely.
And so the house now is one level.
Correct. And
what kind of roofing material? With a flat roof?
Yeah, it's a flat roof. It would be a lifetime membrane, but we also have a major section that is landscape roof.
So from the street, Park Lane, what's the top elevation from the street?
Top elevation from the street.
Approximately.
Bear with me. It's approximately 18 feet total at its highest point, and from the street. So obviously the further up the street, it's less high, but as you come down Park Lane, it's 504, 504, 5.
And what is the height from the back? The two-story portion from
two-story portion from the back is, bear with me a second.
27?
On the north side, it's 21. On the south side, it's 31.
21 to 31.
Correct.
And what was it, the previous option, when you had a two-story option, how high was it from the street?
Well, overall, we were pushing the maximum at 35 on the whole house. I mean, we were at maximum height.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Dave, please.
Yeah, I think you answered my question, but I just want to double check. The floor level of the house is 4 feet higher than the required flood level because the driveway is dictating the level of the garage. Is that correct?
That's correct. Well, the driveway relative to the street and getting that driveway down underneath at a safe slope.
So what you're saying is this house is as low as it could be because of the access to the driveway.
Correct.
And just to reiterate, there's no habitable space on that lower level. That's garage and mechanical and things like that. It's not usable space.
That's correct.
And you mentioned coarse stone when you were talking about the elevations, but then your materials board shows more of a random. I'm just curious what it is.
Yeah, let me just take a quick look at that. Yeah, you're right. I think we were trying to intimate the tonality. Hey, I did want to clarify, if you go to PDF 25, we did include the civil drawings of that driveway slope.
So coarse stone or random?
Oh, no, it's coarse is our intention. Sorry, Dave.
Right. Okay. And then the roof is planted, but it's not going to be used as a deck or living space. It's just a green roof.
Correct. Well, not the whole portion. We have a major portion of the roof is a green roof. We also are anticipating solar on the roof, but we have no roof deck at all in this plan.
Great, thank you.
Robert, questions?
The amount of fill, how much did it increase with that extra 2 feet? And is there any way to reduce the amount of fill, i.e. trucks going in and out of there?
Yeah, that's a good question that you asked. I actually have posed this to our civil engineer to see if we can minimize the fill around the building, because we're really at an inflection point on the fill period. It needs to come up where it is. But the one thing I want to clarify to you, Robert, and the board, if we built this as a standard FEMA house and brought in fill to bring this up to grade plus 2 feet, we would be bringing in probably 10x the amount of import to get this to back to a buildable according to FEMA standards. So we feel like this is the right amount, but we are studying backfill against the building and things like that to see if we can minimize these numbers a little bit.
Okay, looks like you've responded well to the other questions that or comments that came up, so I have no further.
Bill, questions, please.
Yeah, Daryl, what is your floor to floor? What's the garage floor to ceiling and the upper floor to ceiling?
I think I'm not going to guess here. I'm going to tell you. I think we previously reviewed it as 10 and lower level is 9'6", and then we have interstitial framing and structure, and then we're 9'11.5" on the second floor.
And what is your interstitial dimension? Are you like 18 or something?
Well, I don't know. We're in concept design. We're not in final, although my plans look like they're final.
Yeah.
We've done quite a bit of work on this, but let's say it's somewhere between a foot and 15 inches. But right now, as I indicated, we're working with Ashley Advanced structurally. We're working with them on the civil side as well. And we're trying to obviously keep this house as tight as possible. But given the single story nature, we would like to keep a 10-foot plate height on that main floor.
David, did you go to the sections sheet there?
It's on the A401 if you want to, that's the data I'm looking at. It's a PDF 18.
Wait. Actually, go up.
We have on the top drawing on 18.
I was actually curious about, there was a, oh, that's the pool there, I see. And roll it up just a little bit further so I can see that behind me. That's the pool. So you've got an open edge on the pool. Is that an infinity edge on that side, or?
Yes.
That's an infinity edge.
No, it's not a waterfall edge. No, it's a formed edge.
Okay. And how tall is that? 8 feet.
8 feet.
Exposed.
It's approximately 8 feet. Yes.
Yeah. And that's. I see your natural grade there, and you're backfilling against it. And,
correct.
All right.
And that's just, and for purposes of understanding, that's that elevation that we had Arcadia work with us on rendering.
All right, that was all. Thank you.
Yes.
And I have no further questions, but public comment, I have a speaker in the room, and there is at least one comment letter. Somebody that could not attend, and I don't know if there's anybody else online. So Laura, would you please identify yourself for the tape? Okay. Okay.
Yes, my name is Laura Haynes, and I live at 816 Park Lane West. We have lived at 816 Park Lane West, directly across from the lot for 20 years.
Speak right up next to it, please.
We have lived at 816 Park Lane West for 20 years, and what attracted us to the neighborhood is its lovely rural feel. Our primary concern with the proposed project is that it will adversely affect the desirability of our neighborhood by altering this natural feel. Frankly, we're surprised that the county is sanctioning building on this lot, given the fact that Redfin shows it having the highest flood risk with an 89% chance of flooding in the next 10 years and a 99% chance of flooding in the next 20. And we know that no amount of berming up or moving the building toward the street will be a guarantee of safety. We know that this can become this, and that the lot in question, this, can become this. We appreciate the fact that the architect responded to our concern about privacy with the walk-on roof, and that has been eliminated from the design. However, we're disappointed that the revised plan, despite depleting an entire floor, has only been reduced by a few feet relative to the street, the height of it. The plan last year showed a finished height of the middle floor at an elevation of 513, and we had hoped to see the building height, the final building height, the new proposed one, close to that total. Instead, the height is shown at an elevation of 519. We understand that the seating of the house at a lower elevation, as in the previous plan, makes the driveway as shown steeper, but I'm confident that the architects can find a way to elongate the driveway's approach to reduce the slope. In short, since the proposed residence is sited so much closer to the road than the existing houses in the neighborhood, reducing its footprint and most importantly, its height are critical to reducing its impact on the view and the privacy of the neighbors, making landscape screening more effective, and preserving the natural rural feel of our beautiful neighborhood for hikers and residents alike. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a letter. Let's take people that wish to address the board, please. David, are there people?
All right, we have a couple of hands up, and just a reminder once again, if you're joining us by phone and you want to comment on this item, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. So our next speaker will be Jay Harkrider, to be followed by Jeffrey Wadsworth.
And please speak up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jay Harkrider. I'd first like to thank the board for enabling me to speak as a proponent of this project. For historical context, I purchased this property with my wife in April of 2017. The lot was purchased with approved building plans, as we discussed, by Bob Easton, which I intended to use to build our forever home on the property. I want to emphasize again that the lot was purchased with approved plans to build on the property, which was always our intention. My plans were halted due to the mudslides in 2018, and we were forced to wait through various governmental agencies assessing the areas impacted by the mudslides and revising building codes to ensure safe building in zones of risk. But by partnering with Becker Studios, myself and my family are being afforded the opportunity to salvage what was a very large investment for us that we made back in 2017. I'm admittedly speaking in favor of this project from a personal perspective based on my ownership. My understanding is that there are a few neighbors who have spoken in opposition to our project, stating that we shouldn't be able to build on the site because it's no longer safe and that the architecture is out of character for the neighborhood. To be honest, I was a bit surprised to hear that neighbors are claiming we shouldn't be able to build on the site. I believe that two of the parties which are making the claims that it's not a buildable site are actually made offers to purchase my lot. One made an offer for significantly less than I paid right after the mudslides, and another offered me more than 2 times what I paid last year. I would be surprised if these offers were made with no intention to build on the lot, and would argue that the claim of this not being a buildable site is probably based on desire to control what is built and protect views. I would argue this is actually a more buildable site than it was when I first purchased it, based on us adhering to new, more stringent and safer building codes, not to mention the debris basin to the north of the property, which we all know wasn't in place in 2018. Regarding the architecture, I read the letter that another neighbor had written, and from my perspective, I love Montecito because of the diversity of our community from an architectural standpoint. I believe their claim that our project is not consistent with the architecture of the other homes on the street, or that is their claim. And I would just point out that I don't think there is architectural consistency on the street as it stands today. As an example, I'd reference 900 Park Lane in comparison to 802 Park Lane West. I'm not an architect, but I don't see the architectural consistencies between these two homes. I respect the work the board does to ensure desirable architecture is in place throughout our community, and we look forward to adhering to your guidance to ensure a quality project and good design is executed to protect and enhance the value of the homes on the street. But I don't feel the argument of our project not conforming to the architectural consistency of the street has much merit. I purchased this property, like I said earlier, with the intention to build on the lot. It's been 6 pretty long years for myself and my family. And, I hate to say this, but I feel that some of the opposition to this project is kind of leveraging my misfortune for their benefit to protect and improve their own views up and down the canyon and across the creek to San Ysidro Ranch. We're adhering to the building codes and following the guidance of the board with respect to size, landscape screening, and architectural character per Daryl's comments. Our goal is to build a home which is complementary to the Montecito community, and I'm hopeful the board approves this project. I think it's warranted. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mr. Wadsworth.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good, thank you.
Can you keep it for about 3 minutes? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll keep it to about the same length as the last speaker. How about that? I own the property at 802 Park Lane West.
Speak up, please.
I own the property at 802 Park Lane West. As I go out of my front driveway, the proposed development is immediately to the right on the other side of the road. I have 3 basic objections. I'm not an architect, but I don't believe this lot should be developed. Quite different view than the previous speaker. The heavy rains back in the big flood destroyed the property, and then the most recent rains drove a huge number of rocks off the property next to it, which is 1800 East Mountain Drive. And I submitted a picture of that to show you. When I listen to the architect's presentations, I hear words like challenging site, flood presence, 10 times fill to bring it up to some sort of code. The total height of the building hasn't been reduced that much. As far as I can tell, along with Laura, her comment, it's a few feet. I don't believe this property is the right size for the lot. I don't think the lot should be developed. It's unfortunate if you buy something that becomes unbuildable, I get that. And the architecture, contrary to the last speaker, is completely out of character with the road. There may be some modern looking buildings further up the road, but they're well back from the road. You don't have them in your face as you come down the road. In fact, all the properties are set back significantly from the road compared to this proposed plan. So I think any one of those three objections, lots unsafe, buildings inappropriate, and it's out of character, would be enough to prevent this being accepted. All three together, sorry, I think it's preposterous. And I think that's why a planning commission exists. Thank you.
Thank you. And who was that? Okay, and you submitted a letter which basically stated the same comments, is that correct? Sir? Jeffrey?
Yes.
Your letter basically stated the same comments.
Yes.
correct? Okay,
Yes.
very good. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
Not seeing any more.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. I do want to thank everybody for keeping it at 3 minutes. We have had occasion where people have not been as disciplined, so. Okay, we are on for concept. And therefore I want to go to comments. Claire, let's see, number 7. Did you want to make any comments, Claire?
No.
Tip, comments, please.
So I forgot to ask one question. Maybe I did, but I forgot. Daryl, what is the ceiling height for the main floor?
9'11" tip,
So almost 10 feet.
correct.
Okay, so here are my comments. Anyway, I think that from the first hearing until now, and we met a whole bunch of, I think we met some really good comments from this board, and I think it's a very difficult site. And not only it's difficult, but then you have a floodplain, and you have so many issues with the slope and the access. And I actually very pleased with the way that the project has been redesigned. For a couple of major reasons. Number one is that we removed the second floor, which was a big concern for this board. And all the roof decks on the first floor looking out to the neighbors. And so I think that is a big change. Secondly, I think the driveway now works much better compared to before. It's unwalkable by raising it up a little bit to 14% instead of 21%. And the materials is appropriate with the large cut sandstone or cladding. And so overall, I think it's definitely heading the right direction. And I think the project is at least approvable in my opinion. Thank you.
So you think it should come back for a preliminary?
Yes, I think that should come back to the full board with for preliminary approval with landscape plan.
Okay, very good. Dave, please.
Yes. First of all, I want to acknowledge that these projects are difficult. Where we've had a house that's been taken by the flood and has to be rebuilt, and the floor level needs to be higher, we have to balance the rights of the homeowners to rebuild and have their home along with the concerns of the neighbors and the impacts that rebuilding has on them. In this case, I'm going to agree with Tip that I think the project is now going in the right direction from where it started. For the same reasons, they've reduced the mass bulk and scale, gotten rid of the second story. I understand that it's come up a little bit higher, but that's required by the access to the driveway. By having that understory, they're minimizing grading. They're getting that part of the parking and all that underneath, and it also, they don't have to raise the house. They've eliminated the roof deck, which is one of my strongest concerns, the privacy of the neighbors. They've reduced the retaining walls at the front part of the project. They're also proposing screening for both the house and the trail. The elevation on the street has been simplified. They're using the sandstone, which I think is softer and more, it's not as harsh as the original elevations for the neighbors in the street. So I think, this is a tough project. It's a, as we said, it's a difficult site. This board can't really address the buildability of the site. You know, it comes before us. Other parts of the county determine that. We can't address that issue. We have to address this as a buildable site in the project. So given that fact, I think I really appreciate how the applicants have addressed all our concerns in a very meaningful way. And I hope that this is the balance that we seek on this board.
Robert, comments?
Here, unless it was a buildable parcel, a legal parcel. So that's why we're looking at it. We can only really comment on design. And I believe you've done such a good job at, you know, looking at all the MBAR comments and responding to pretty much every one of them that I really don't feel like, you know, I'm not that familiar with the project, but I feel like it's really ready to move forward.
Bill, please comment.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with my other members here on board. You know, I look at it, you've got a AFE that you've got to stay above. You're gonna have, you know, I don't see 10 feet as an unreasonable height for a you know, ceiling height on the lower level, on the main level, the only level really. So that being said, even if you didn't have the parking underneath it, sans a couple of feet of elevation height there, you'd be pretty much the same height in a building, whether you have the lower floor or not. So it is, as Dave mentioned too, it's really not up to us to determine whether this is a buildable lot. That's kind of the flood controls purview. We leave that to the experts, the civil engineers, and those that review. If it was an issue, they would have said, you know, this is an unbuildable lot. We're not saying that. So with all those things, and you know, I think the design of the house is well done. The materials are good, high quality. I expect that'll happen in the build as well. So I think I would be in favor of this. And yeah, if there was a way to get the floor level closer to the AFE, I would say great. But it sounds like you've already tried that, and that 14% slope is as good as it's going to get, and you're 93 FAR. So I mean, I think you've fit with all the parameters, and I can see being in favor of it. Thank you.
I also am very appreciative of the effort that's gone in to get this design. I personally like this house, but I can understand that there are the concerns, not so much about neighborhood compatibility, but the visual impact from the public way. So Derek, this building is basically within an oak forest, and if you could work with your clients and see if there are ways to bring in some nice sized oak trees between the street and the house and help settle this house back into the landscaping. I think at least the renderings that you have it be fairly far forward. And I think that can be taken care of with the proper landscaping. I'd ask you to take a look at that. And similarly, Derek, if you could take a look at that limestone, the sandstone, excuse me. This is an east-facing elevation towards the street. In the morning, we're going to get, or the neighbors will get that coming in probably around 9:30 or 10 because there's a lot of tree cover across the street. But I think it's going to be a potentially relatively bright face, and it's relatively uniform in terms of its material. A lot of times we'll see sandstone with windows inside of it, and I understand privacy and all of that. But if you could study ways to maybe alter that material or tone it down or something so there's less reflectivity, which is really what we see is the reflectivity. I think that would be good. I believe we should be back on for preliminary next time. Does everybody agree, or are there further comments about that, please? Oh, yeah, big time. And I do, yeah, there's, I'm willing to take on some, but not that much. Okay, so, and I also want to say to the people that have been concerned about this project, if you are concerned and want to appeal it, and if we do vote to give it preliminary approval next meeting, that is the only meeting that the county recognizes as the one that where you can challenge the big issues that you're talking about here. And you'll have 10 days to appeal it from our meeting. And I just want to give you a heads up if you want to consider that or not. So thank you very much for coming. And we are on to page item number 8.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate it.
539 Periwinkle. Sophie, I saw you there. Okay, your mic is off. Can't hear you. Can you let her speak? Or
Got it.
There
You hear me now?
Okay. So I have one speaker slip.
Okay.
Is there anything more, anybody else here that would like to speak to the board besides this one? Okay, you can speak, of course. So Sophie, please, we had a site visit. We had suggested, I think, that you spend a little time making sure the drawings are correct. Would you please tell us what has happened since we've seen you, please? Let me just read the comments. Site visit required, clarify presentation, highlight recommendations detailed in historic report. Thank you, Sophie. Your turn.
Okay, we'll go to the second page. Oh, just so you know, the
Speak up,
planner.
Sophie. For some reason, all of the mics are quiet today.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, speak as loudly as you feel that you can, please.
Okay, so I just want you to know that Katie now is also in this meeting, and she was gonna have some comments. Richard Cyber, who's the owner.
Sophie. Bring the mic closer, get up next to the screen if you have one of those combo mics, something.
I don't have that.
Sophie, are you speaking with your input with a phone?
On the phone?
Sounds like
No.
it.
Are you on a phone to talk to us?
No, I'm just speaking with you to the screen.
It just sounds muffled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do want to hear you. We want to make sure that we get the right presentation here.
Okay, so just so you know, the trash truck just went by, so it's quieter now.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
I just wanted you to know that the trash truck just drove by and created a lot of noise.
Okay, so do you have one of those camera mic combos on the top of your screen?
No. Oh, camera mic?
What do you have?
Good question. Raise hand, record, share, participate, mute, stop video. I do not see anything of a mic.
Is it a laptop you're working with?
No, I'm on my computer. I'm on my screen. Oh, wait. Oh, what happened? Okay. Okay, let's just try to move forward on this and go through. So you're looking at.
In that case, speak loudly. I know it will be uncomfortable for you, but please speak loudly. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on page.
Maybe speak much slower because I can barely hear anything.
Okay, we are on page number A2, which shows the original house in the periwinkle blue. And we're going to go on to page 3. A3, please.
Hang on one second. We're trying to boost you up here. Okay. Okay, A3.
Yes, please.
Next sheet, please. There you go.
So here you see the site plan and the detached accessory structure on the southern side of that property.
Okay,
You also notice on the left side, the accessory structure, these are pictures of that building.
okay.
Let's go on to A7.
A7, David.
I don't see the page number at the bottom. Oh, A7 is just showing some of the interior remodel in the blue hatched area. So you see above the existing floor plan, correct? And then on the below that is the proposed floor plan. So the house was literally a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. So the Seibergs decided to add a second bedroom, which is on the lower side of this page, that has a square over it, which happens to be a skylight, and it has the word bed in it. So he created that space for a bedroom as well as a bathroom. And let me address that window that is on that mountainside, north side. That there was a previous window that did not meet egress. It was a fixed window. So we provided a window unit that provided the 8% and the 4% natural light and ventilation, and the calculation is right next to that. You see that? And there's one there, and so both of the bedrooms needed egress. And you see both of them, bedroom 1 and bedroom 2. Okay, I'd like to go over to the next, don't move the page, sorry, to the left where it says proposed roof plan. It's my understanding now from the neighbor, one of the neighbors, Bill Babbitt, that sketched on, and I've noticed on aerial photographs that roof needs a revision, needs something to be done, and I know what it is. It's a ridge and a valley, and in the next presentation of these drawings, that roof will be revised. Okay, next page, please. So this is where I'm going to point out some changes of the windows. We're looking in the upper right corner where it says existing north elevation. That fixed window, first of all, needs to meet egress, which we've already fixed, and you see that on the lower drawing, proposed north elevation. And that window, and these windows that we're showing have been reviewed by Tim Hazeltine and Pam Post, and she wrote a memo that says the plan set which appears to address the comments from the site visit, so it looks good to go. That was what Tim and Pam had said. Okay. There's also a window on the proposed north elevation to the left. And that's the window in the bathroom, the second bathroom. And these are divided lights. We tried to keep the same feel of the windows being more vertical than they are horizontal glass pane. We go to A9, please. Thank you. So the existing south elevation shows the battens on the closet, the water heater closet. And it's our understanding by looking at past documents that all the doors were really white and the body of the house was the periwinkle blue. So down below the proposed elevation, south elevation, you can see that there's the gap, there's the meter, and then there's a 4-light divided light window unit. And then if you go back up to the existing south elevation, the muttons and mullions are not put in there. So it's more in keeping with the style of this architecture and the historic merit. If we go over to the left of the page, on the bottom corner, the proposed east elevation. So they're proposing to put a French door. You see a pair of French doors going out that side. The reason why that roof needed to be elevated was that the roof was too short, and Richard, didn't have the height to get it out and have this door work function in this location. And then if you go a little further to the left on this page, you see another window. Yep, if you go down a little bit, that used to be a door with a stained glass window above it. We cleaned that up. We don't have a door there. We do have natural light and ventilation with this new window. You see what above the existing east elevation, see it has a door and then a window above. We just removed both of those and put in an operable 4-light window. And can we go to page A10, please? I feel like I'm screaming. Okay, so the height of the living room is almost 12 feet, so the highest point of the roof. The plate height in one of the bathrooms is only 6 feet tall. There is a step down into the second bathroom, just like a 6-inch step down. Not that this is actually going to be shown, it's not being reviewed, but could we go to page A13, please? So this is the accessory structure that sits on the southern side of the property. This will all be consistent with the battens that we have on the main house. That's my presentation, unless you have questions.
Thank you. Okay, so the order of the meeting is that the board will ask questions. We then have public comments. Then we will make our comments. And today we are on for conceptual. Okay, questions, please, Robert.
No questions.
Dave, questions.
Have the historians reviewed these plans that we're looking at now and confirmed that meet the requirements?
Yes, they have.
Yeah, hi. This is Katie Knoll. I'm the planner. The historians have reviewed these plans and they provided a memo, which is in the box folder, which basically says these comply with their original determination.
Thank you. And can the new egress window and the space that's turned into a bedroom, can that window unit be lowered? The head height be lowered, not just lower the whole unit.
Are you talking about raising the roof or lowering
the window?
Next
one. Well, there is a platform that the bed is on. So there's a wooden platform and then there's a mattress. And that's where we determine where the window would be. It meets the requirements so you can jump out and get out of the window, and the opening of the window for egress.
Does the height of the window exceed their minimum requirement for egress?
Yeah, when the two windows open, so if you look down on the proposed north elevation, both window units open to 90 degrees and they have access to out.
Oh, that was my question. Does the height of the unit larger than it needs to be for egress? The opening in the bedroom to get out.
5.7 square feet, 20 inches wide. And does anybody remember what?
So this is Katie Knoll, if I could just butt in. This is considered a historic area of the house. And so the building department does have specific requirements that actually decreases the size that it has to be. And the project does comply with those requirements. I believe it's 3.3 square feet. And the height is between 3 feet and like 1.5. But I did check with the building department and it does comply with those requirements.
Okay, thanks.
Tip, please. Questions?
Yes, matter of fact, I have a couple questions for the planner. So number one, you just noticed, so is it a historical landmark or a structural merit or what is it?
No, so it's a movie cottage and Post Hazeltine did a historical report and it was taken to HLAC a couple years back. And they determined that actually, I don't want to speak out of turn. It was historically significant, but not determined to be the next level.
So it's a merit, not landmark.
Correct.
Okay, so what does it mean when it's a structural merit? Does it mean that you can do whatever you like to do to it and you can do what you want to do, right? You don't have to be limited to like we cannot change this, you can't change that. So which gets to my next question is the roof, which is completely has nothing to do with movie system metal roofing. So who approved it? The county did?
Yeah, so this project went through an over-the-counter permit process with the building department. And in that situation, they don't actually, there's not a process for checking if it's historically significant. So they did get an over-the-counter re-roof permit, which allowed them to change the materials of the permit, of the roof. In this case, during those inspections, they found that additional work outside of the scope of that original over-the-counter permit was done, which brought it before you. So it currently has a building permit building permit violation, and that led to a zoning violation as well.
So if you can speculate on this issue, you cannot, but let's say that if this project was supposed to go in front of the HLAC initially, would HLAC approve the metal roofing?
I'm not a historian. I'm not sure. I know that in their comments, they were disappointed in it, but it's just one of those things that slipped by our process.
So it's a slip by approval without anyone looking at it.
Correct. And it legally did so.
All right, then get to my next question. David, can you go back to the floor plan? Yeah, that's it. Can you zoom into the lower right? Yeah, that's it. I have a question for Sophie. Sophie, so what do you show in the room above the bedroom? Is it a bed?
Where are you talking going in the front door?
It's a bedroom up the page. Is it a
Yes,
bed?
there is. That was originally only one bedroom in this, one bedroom, one bath.
Okay, so my question for you is that maybe something maybe it's not correct, but if I see that bed, how would that bed fit into the new bedroom in the lower left corner?
Lower left corner?
Yeah, the new bedroom.
Oh, the bedroom that's over off
the one
bedroom
you
number.
just converted.
Oh, just turn it sideways.
Ask the question in a different way, please.
Oh, so what is the size of the new bedroom that you are proposing on the lower left?
Well, it's considerably smaller than the original floor plan. I don't have that scale, and I don't have the scale to be able to do this online.
It looks like about 60 square feet. Yeah.
So I can comment on that. I could clarify perhaps.
Yeah.
So that entire area is the bedroom. The area above, the area marked in blue is all part of the bedroom. So the area that's marked in blue that says bed is in fact like a raised loft that sits off the ground like 16 inches. And that queen size mattress covers that entire area.
Oh, so that is the bed.
That's the bed.
Ah, I see.
It's a tiny little house.
Well, you learn something new every day. Okay, so that answered my questions. Thank you. Claire, questions? Bill, questions?
Oh, actually, I do. In developing this plan and the scheme, is the owner absolutely committed to the white color of the building with the black roof?
Yes.
You're the owner. Yes. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so you're done, Claire? Bill, questions?
So this is all done, is that right? Well, it's built. So
It's all built except for the proposed 5 new windows and the pair of French doors. That's what we're here to discuss.
So go to the elevation of that French door. And is the roof been changed already? Not yet.
Yes.
Yes, the roof has
The
all been
roof.
installed. All those changes that you can see on the proposed plan have architecturally already been built.
So go up one more. So, are you gonna be able to get the doors in under that, slip it under that roof?
Yes.
You got a header and everything?
Yes, we fit it all in. We can fit it all in.
Fit it
That's,
in,
yeah,
okay.
it's a 7-foot
And
door.
it's a what?
I think it's 7 feet.
Really? And the garage, is that all existing? Is anything going on there? Okay, they're just putting a new roof on it. And that's it.
Right. I just want to clarify, this was illegally constructed, so it's coming in as as-built.
So was there treatments to the garage? I mean, it was in setback, the whole thing was in the setback, right?
So
it
the
was
garage,
existing non-conforming.
correct. So the garage is actually legally non-conforming. When it was originally built, it was built in that spot. And they're not changing anything to the garage. There were some minor maintenance changes over the years. It's not an issue in terms of planning. And I confirmed with Post Hazeltine, the historians, it's not a concern with them either. So if there's anything that you want to discuss, it would be purely design related.
That was all I had. Thank you.
If I said, Katie, that this is no longer a historical building, it's been changed so significantly with that roof and the color of the outside, would that make any difference to the approval process, what we're doing here, the exclusion, the building, or the modification the building department has with the building codes, etc.?
Not necessarily. So this is a unique case because, and I've gone over this with the historians multiple times, the original cottage was built, it's a Moody cottage. Over the years, there's been additions and changes. And so the historian has identified specific areas of the house that are technically still historic and keep all the merits and stuff like that. So that includes like the main living room and the front window. But there's also additions that are no longer historically significant. And so the applicant does have the ability to make changes how they see fit, that the historian doesn't necessarily comment on. And so the entryway is one of those examples that the historian isn't even going to look at. And that's actually up to your board to say, we want it to fit that historic character or not. But I don't think that we have the ability without approval from the historian to say none of this is historically significant anymore. In the historic report, they did make a comment saying that they wouldn't discuss the changes to the roof because it was legally permitted. If that helps. Your question.
Okay, public comment. I have one speaker slip. Please come forward. And you have 3 minutes.
and there's one online. So let's start in the room, please. I will turn on when it starts flashing red or red, your time is up. Okay, you ready?
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Babbitt. I'm speaking on behalf of 4 neighbors. I'm speaking on behalf of 4 neighbors, 3 past presidents of the Periwinkle Lane Homeowners Association. The neighbors are very angry about this project. It's been going on for years. It was done without permits. It was red tagged once. The owners kept going. It was red tagged twice. After the second red tag, there was still work to be done. There are significant inaccuracies in the drawings that continue even now. Inaccurate drawings were shown to HLAC. To comment quickly, HLAC has written a letter to the board, to the building department saying, and I quote, they should have been included in the process of reviewing the roof. There's lots to it. I have a very detailed letter signed by the 3 past presidents of the Periwinkle Homeowners Association, which I thought I would read, but since this is conceptual, I think I'm going to save that until the next session. There's discussion in the historic report that the roof is considered an as-built condition, which we disagree with. It was permitted as an over-the-counter re-roof only permit, but structural modifications were done to several sections of the roof, still not disclosed properly. Significant work was done under the home, which should void a re-roof only permit. The permit for the roof did not call for an interim inspection, and the permit has never been signed off. So that's a brief summary. I'd like to just use my 3 minutes, and I may go a little longer than that. Hopefully you'll grant me that because I'm speaking for 4 neighbors, 3 past presidents. Number one, I know the site visit was uncomfortable. There's a lot of anger about this project, a lot of misleading information, a lot of inaccuracies. But I would remind the MBAR panel that we spoke a few weeks ago in full support of a project around the corner, 504 Hodges, the Kristen Zell project. And we gave a full-throated approval. We're not against development in the neighborhood. Project was fully disclosed. It was proper. It was legally executed, and we 100% supported that project. That's not the case here. We're very upset about the roof. The roof, and one final comment about the roof. This is not just an isolated Moody cottage. This is a Moody cottage on a street known for Moody cottages. It's 5 in a row Moody cottages. This is a treasure in Montecito. Let me just run through. These are the documents. I'll keep this as quick as I can. These are images that we submitted in February during MBAR. The drawings were so confusing that graciously you offered to come to do a site visit, and still some of the issues are not resolved. But I'd just like to carefully walk through. If we can go to the first one.
You have 10 seconds, please, and I'll grant you a little bit of time, but not as much as you want, please. So please.
So number one, since February and before, the front northeast quadrant of the roof, this is Google Earth, it's inaccurate. We've claimed that it's inaccurate. This is over a section that's questionably foundationed, and there were additions that were not permitted. It was a kitchen and a utility room. It's now a sleeping quarters. The roof is not as it's shown when they developed it. Let's go to the next picture. Both the existing roof plan in that area and the proposed roof plan are inaccurate. I've sketched what's shown on Google Earth and what we know to be true. The bottom, the proposed roof elevation is inaccurate. We've asked this since February. You can go to the next image. What tipped us off as to the inaccuracies, these are the drawings that were sent to HLAC and that the Post Hazelton folks approved. There were 2 trees where the roof line is inaccurate in the front of the house, and the true trees are not there. So we were like, why did they put trees in front of this area in the existing elevation? And as we looked, in the proportions of that front elevation were not accurate. Go to the next one, please. So this is what was blessed by Post Hazelton, and we've tried to work together to say the front of this facade matters. So when you take the trees away, they had that angled roof. They were trying to push the room, the window over to the left, and they were not showing that the roof was reframed. So we questioned all of this back in February. Okay.
So you're now a minute and a half over.
This is what I'll finish up. We have 9 images, and I'm happy to sit down. This is what that roof line looks in the front, like in the front.
Next image, please.
You can see the framing issue beyond it. And if you go to one more, this is what's now built, not permitted, not properly shown on the drawings. There's this
Next
framed
image,
lip.
please.
Sorry?
Next image, please. Thank
Well,
you.
excuse me, back, doesn't match any of the elevations that have been presented to anyone so far. And then we're going to strongly object to the process whereby the roof was installed, this very modern roof. And it was supposed to be an over-the-counter re-roof only permit, which occurred with all the other non-permitted work. It was never inspected. And we
David,
feel that it
question?
reads as a stock, the whole front and house reads as the modern farmhouse trendy thing now, as opposed to a moody cottage among 5 in a row moody cottages.
Thank you very much. Okay, so anybody else? David? Sharon?
Sharon Byrne.
Sharon, we're having trouble hearing people. Please speak up today, please.
All right, let me know if this is the appropriate level of volume.
Louder.
Okay, I will try to speak as loud as possible. I'm Sharon Byrne, the Executive Director of the Montecito Association. I would like to express a lot of concern about this project. I know it is done, but this, as Mr. Babbitt pointed out, this is a historic, or was a historic Moody Cottage in an enclave of Moody cottages. It appears that the owner did not care about the historical value of the house and where it stands in Montecito. They wanted something completely different. I don't know why they bought a Moody cottage. We're also upset that the project had to be red tagged and stopped twice. It is very clear to us as a group very concerned with the preservation and protection of Montecito that this project is not interested in those things at all. I just wanted to express our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, anybody else, please?
That was it.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. Thank you, everybody that has commented. Did you want to comment? You had asked. If so, I need a speaker slip after you speak.
Okay.
And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. We love the neighborhood. We feel like it's a compliment to the neighborhood. I realize that there's objection with the roof that went on. There's a Bill's home, which he does not reside in. He resides the house is next door, and it's a Moody Sisters house. The original gabled portion of this art studio was historically like an art studio for the main house next door. And over the years, it's been bastardized and all these little wings and lifts have gone on. Not that we're in any way disrespectful to what it is, and that's why we bought it, because it is such a charming neighborhood and such a charming house. There are 2 other Moody Sisters in the neighborhood, not adjacent. The Moody Sisters office is to the east of this, and it is not a Moody Sisters house, but that's where they did their planning and development. So, really at this point, we have 5 windows that we're proposing. There's some architectural changes that have occurred that would be cumbersome to any plan because of the low plate lines. We are unable to get out of the house in any other way to the backyard. So that's why we more functionally made this more of a family house. It was a 1-bedroom studio, and we tried to make it more suitable to our family. So that's why we eliminated the single door, which went out of the bedroom. And currently, that's the only way to get out of the house is to go through what is the master bedroom. So we still have 1 son at home, and we needed to make a bedroom so he wasn't sleeping in the living room. So sadly, yes, at this point, we're only proposing 5 new windows, pair of French doors, and we're apologized many times to our neighbors about pursuing this project and not getting full consultation and approval from our neighbors, which have been our biggest adversary. But if you go over the timeline of how long we've been working at getting this through, we're still sitting in front of you in preliminary, and it's just been a frustratingly difficult process. And I apologize that we did the permit process, but we would be sitting here potentially years before we could even move into the ramshackle, rat-infested home that it was.
You're done. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are on concept. Comments, please. And where should it go next? I've asked that several times tonight. Robert. Just because you're the new member of.
Yeah. I live within a couple 100 feet of 4 gorgeous, moody cottages, houses. Some of them are larger. All of them are larger than this one, and I know what the good ones look like, and I don't feel, no historian, but this one is a particularly good example. It's unfortunate about the roof. It's definitely not moody, but I don't really know where or what powers the board we would have to request that to be changed. So I think the whole thing is awkward, but I think we just have to try to move it forward. That's it.
Dave, please, comments. And where do we go next, please?
Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation all around. I think the most significant impact to the neighborhood and the community and to the history of the place is that metal roof. That it appears that ship has sailed. Robert said we don't have the leverage to change that. Everything else, I think, I really have to hang my hat on the historians because, we have to be able to depend on them that they're, this meets the requirements for the merit of the historical resources, and they say it does. And in that case, I'm fine with it. There isn't anything that's dramatically objectionable other than the roof. So I agree that this should move forward.
Tip, comments, please. As I was listening to the hearing, I went online and I found an article dated back to June 20th, 2019 from Montecito Journal. Have you guys seen it? The title was Moody Sister Cottage Go Modern. Moody Sisters Cottages Go Modern. And they show a completely renovated Moody Sisters, and they said they go modern. And when I zoom into the roof, it was beautiful. So, I'm not sure what way would do this article go ultra modern. I don't know, but I was reading this and I just feel, I really don't care about the doors and windows that much because, it is what it is. You make it work, you make it look as good you can, the proportion, the frame. You raise the roof a little bit, unfortunately you did it, but that's not really my concern. My concern is always with the roof. We're gonna completely change the look of the project. And that's something that I'm really object to, that all the other things not really irrelevant to me at this point, and I don't know what, can we go back to the way it should be, maybe the roof, that would be a big, I think the neighbor would be so happy with that. And the door, the windows, adding the bedroom, I have no problem with any of that. So that's my position. Claire, comments, please.
I'm clear that for me, obviously the roof is just, it is the major problem here, this black roof. But there are other changes that were made that didn't need to be made. You know, like when I look at the proposed elevation from the east elevation, you know, originally that was just a low, well, you can see it in the drawing or the picture up above. You know, it didn't need to have happened, you know. You could still get a window in there, but the roof was raised, you know, and that actually changed everything going around, you know, and then now there's proposing not only a change in the roof and the roof line, but they're also adding French doors. I don't know anywhere that at least I can find a Moody house that has French doors. I don't think they ever, from where. And then so I really don't know how to address this, you know, and one of the things that's why I asked about the white color. Because I went and looked at this cluster of Moody sister houses, you know, driving along the street. Then I went over to Barker Pass where there's another cluster of them. And the reason I went there is because I had worked on landscaping 2 of those houses. And one of the things that became very clear to me is that none of them, even though they've been upgraded and changed, none of them changed to a metal roof. And also, I looked at the colors, the possible colors that I could suggest to this owner, because none of them are white. A lot of them are very light in color, like a soft yellow or a soft cream with white trim, you know, but a shingled roof or, you know, a roof, not metal roof. And given that all of this was done without permits, I can't approve it in any way, shape, or form unless there's alterations to the building and the color. So that's, you know, those are my comments. I mean, I just can't, you know, I mean, I think that the owner should go back and relook at the whole thing, you know, and if you have to, keep the roof, because I understand the cost of a metal roof is phenomenal, you know, so, you know, but there has to be a way to correct the damage that's been done to this and still have the applicant be able to move forward with whatever they're going to do with the roof.
Bill, please.
Yeah, so, you know, I look at the elements that were changed, you know, the 5 windows, the roof material, and that roof on the east side. That appears to be the 3 majors. And I go back, so windows and doors, you know, generally, I think I'm okay with those adjustments. The roof on the east side, you know, I would imagine, as the historians have looked at this as well, we're going to trust their judgment that those adjustments that were made on the east elevation there with the roof were okay. You know, they were, I guess, in keeping with the other elements that had been tacked onto this thing over the years. So it's kind of taken away a lot of its original charm, and now it's not that it isn't charming still, it's still got that charm. And then the last piece, the roof, you know, there are probably other standing seam roofs that might have looked a little better, like a mini bat and with a larger spacing or something. But again, that's not Moody centric. So it's a tough one, you know, that particular roof. It's done, what's done is done. The damage, you know, can we say that no, you can't have it and you got to put something that would have been more moody-like on it. I don't know. I mean, that'd be something that we might come to Jesus on. Thinking about how long it's taking you to get here. And the cost and the waiting and all the rest of it. So I would put that to you to maybe make it, I mean, you know, and then the color, I think Claire's spot on probably with the color. Although the white looks great with the standing seam, it's not a moody color. So, like I said, I think I'm fine with the windows. I'm fine with the general shape and the remodel. I think that the decision really comes down to what we think about the roof and whether or not we just let it go. So that's all I've got at this point.
Now, before I comment, what kind, tell me about these windows and doors. Are they Marvin? Are they aluminum? Are they custom built? What are you going here?
Well, we've had it looked at in a couple different ways, but I think that they'll probably be Lincoln.
So it's an aluminum clad.
This is an issue where if we did a TM Cobb, which would be our preference, then you get into Title 24 non-compliance. So we would like to have a wood on the inside, wood on the outside. So, you know, if there was some way to get around that, that would be great and cheaper.
So, Katie, if you can play the historical game on some of these, can you play it in the energy code? What he's talking about is the energy code. So, which is a Title 24 building code. Okay, if they're willing to play ball on historical building code, I think is what it's called, then are they willing to also waive that? Because if this goes to an aluminum clad window, it's game over. This is no longer a Moody's cottage.
We're talking about a true divided light versus a double glazed.
Yeah, so
center.
TM Cobb is the only manufacturer that still does a true
That'll-
divided light.
No, Joe and his group.
Oh,
down at
I'm sorry,
Architectural
you're right,
Forward
you're right.
does it.
Yeah, I could do an arc mill window as well. So
Yeah.
that would be, I would
Wood-
love to use Joe as well.
Yeah, and that'll clearly meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but his windows have a difficult time passing Title 24 as well.
Yeah,
So-
but
and they
I-
put a dual pane, like there's other things that he has to do in order to make that a compliant window. The true divided, single divided light is, TM Cobb is, I think is the only manufacturer that would still do it. I don't think Joe will even do, there's still a dual pane, which also kind of, this is a progression where if you go from true divided light, single pane, that's what the house was originally built with. Then Joe made a modification to that using a dual pane. And then that also kind of creates a different looking glass as you walk by it, kind of has this warbly feeling. So there's nuances in the progression.
The fire code will require dual pane, so. And to the best of my knowledge, they have no historical or something like that in the fire code. So you've got to meet a bunch of stuff. Okay, here are my comments. I would like to acknowledge that this is no longer a Moody's cottage. I think that it has quite frankly been destroyed. I think that it need not have been destroyed, but I think with this roof in particular and what sounds like pre-manufactured windows that are never really going to be quite right. Moody's sisters, the reason everything is a little small is that they got houses that were torn down because they wanted less tax roll valuations. So they tore down stuff during the 30s and that material was left over. And so they cut off the ends of the lumber, they cut off the heights of the boards and stuff, and they cobbled something together. But that's why it is what it is. That's why it was capricious and all the rest of it. So, but I don't see that here. I don't see the spirit of that. So I don't think that you are, in my personal opinion, which Katie may have more knowledge than I do, I don't think you're required to make it a Moody's cottage. I think it's game over for this building. I am extremely sorry about that, but that's what it is. So I think that the real deep problem is not the applicant. I think the deep problem is the county of Santa Barbara has an inadequate way to ensure that historical buildings are retained as history. If this gets appealed to the planning commission, they're in a better position to make recommendations to the board of supervisors than we are. But, you know, he's has self-interest. Properties have the right to have self-interest unless they're designated landmarks. They're not designated landmarks. This is a problem as a county of Santa Barbara planning department, which is really a problem with the board of supervisors not putting in the proper controls for buildings that were obviously remarkable. So I will vote for this, not as a Moody Cottage, but as something else. And I am done. I would recommend that we put this back on for preliminary next time. And if the neighbors, et cetera, want to challenge it and take it to the board, take it to the planning commission, that of course is your privilege to do that. So there is no motion now. Is everybody done, please? Anybody got anything more, please? Okay, thank you very much. Item number 9. Preliminary. Yeah. Okay. Which is the appealable decision if you want to appeal it. You can't appeal final on the bigger issues, okay? That's just the way it works. Okay, so item number 9. Michael, are you here, please? Or somebody else?
9 is, I think it's.
Oh, 9.
Not me yet.
No, I'm sorry, I jumped. 810 Buena Vista Drive.
Yep.
Daniel, not Danny, Daniel. And
Yes.
it's worth some comments. MBA determined that FAR overage can be supported given that the additional square footage is infill. The site is not significantly visible to the surrounding area, and the project won't result in significant additional visual impacts to the neighborhood. 2, provide enhanced detailed elevations. 3, provide a landscape plan. Daniel.
Okay,
Oh, and full details.
so yes, should have a set of plans.
Okay, so let me do one more thing, Daniel. There is a 16-foot drop in elevation grade within 100 feet of the single-family dwelling on the parcel. Therefore, the development is subject to ridgeline and hillside development guidelines, including the 25-foot height limit applicable in the urban area. And then the planner, who is Kylie, gave us the findings that we have to make for this project. So given that, Danny, please go forward.
Okay, if you have the plans pulled up, that would help.
He stepped out for just a second. He's coming back.
Okay.
Okay, where do you want us to go, Danny?
I'll just perfect introduction. I think we came in early just to make sure we had the board support for the additional square footage. The FAR actually slightly reduces the way that we added a garage space that was a residential space. So overall, there's a slight increase in square footage, but the FAR actually decreased. The board understood that, supported it, and so now we're back with more details that mostly related to the exterior elevations and the site work that we didn't have last time. So nothing's changed to the square footage from previously. So if you go to the next sheet, please. This is an aerial survey showing the property. It's very tucked in. The hillside, the vegetation and the natural topography is steep behind it. Very little visibility to neighbors around it. The blue sports court is gone in the current plan and replaced with planting. The pool is being relocated to the south east corner. You'll see that. And just kind of some new paths and landscaping and a facelift. The history of the house, I think it's gone through 4 significant renovations in its lifetime. It was once a single-story ranch house, then a detached garage, and then a second story, and then a second story that bridged over to the garage, the breezeway. So we're attempting a kind of a facelift that freshens up the just look of the project. It kind of in its recent lifetime was kind of an Adobe style that then was kind of converted to a more modern Mediterranean, and we're just taking it in that direction with a little more identity, but working with what we have. Next, please. Again, just a same survey without the photo. Next. These are the site photos, very much the shape and configuration that we'll be proposing. You'll see some of the exterior details. You can see the screening all around the property. And we are proposing, the existing house does slightly encroach the 25 feet. And we have some diagrams. The exceedance of the 25 feet it's kind of a give and take. We're reducing some of those areas. We're increasing them a little bit in other areas, but we're not raising any roofs. It's just kind of for the sake of articulation of the facade and the design to give it a little hierarchy. We're just adjusting parapets with some detailing. So the height encroachment that the planner's referencing, it's really for the betterment of design, and it really does not have an impact on the overall massing, which you will see in the upcoming slides. Next, please. Here's a rendering. You can see from the previous photos, it's a similar style, just a little more crisp, keeping the massing that we have, adding some coping cornice at the top, adding some copper window screens, shade structures. We're keeping the mahogany doors and window material, but they're being replaced with energy efficient version and different configuration. The adjustments of the roof lines were really just to give the building some hierarchy and some symmetry. The back of the house actually has a nice breakup. The front of the house kind of had a big flat elevation with the garage, so we've just felt like it needed a little bit of relief. Next, please. Here's a section showing the kind of the site topography through the house, the new pool, which has a 5.5-foot retaining wall. Next, please. Existing floor plan, first floor. Next. Existing second floor plan. Next, please. Proposed first floor plan, mostly interior reconfiguration. The garage, 3-car garage bay on the left with the gym being removed, and on the right, just a reconfiguration of an existing covered patio. It just wasn't quite big enough for furniture, and there was a pool kind of shoved right up against it. So the pool was moved to the south and the patio was made a little bit larger. Next, please. Second floor, pretty minor adjustments there. Next, please. Kind of showing the proposed existing south elevation versus proposed. The red line on the bottom elevation shows the existing roof line, and you can see our proposed roof line in the back. So that's the specific request to review the height exceedance of 25 feet. Is very minor, and it's, like I said before, it's kind of a give and take because it already was slightly exceeding in areas. Next, please. This is the north elevation, which is kind of cut into the hillside. It's really not visible from anywhere. Next, please. East elevation showing the existing patio and then the new patio. Again, very, very small encroachments into the height limit. Next, please. This is, again, the west elevation, which is kind of buried into the hillside with no visibility side of the garage. Next, please. Just details showing those exterior additions, the architectural style, the shade awnings, the cornice detail, the shade trellises, top of parapet cap. Next, please. Door and window schedule, door and window details, showing the plaster returns, the mahogany, all wood doors and windows, mostly casement doors, French doors and casement windows, a couple small places where there's some hoppers to allow for some airflow. Next, please. More details, door and window schedule. Next, please. These are just, you saw these before, but these are showing that we did a existing FAR versus proposed, just to kind of show you how the shell game of swapping out the garage, a gym for a garage, adding some area back into the breezeway. It's actually a small drop in FAR, but small actual gain of, I think the net increase overall with garage and square footage, 212 square feet. Next, please. This is the proposed FAR, showing how it's calculated. Next. That's your.
Yeah, I was just asking about the FAR. Zoom in.
That bottom line, the bottom line.
Is someone, I can't quite hear, I don't know.
Which is this existing or new?
The top of the page, I think you're on the proposed, the new.
Could you scroll up right above the other one?
Yeah, if you scroll up, you'll see the, yeah, existing is here.
Zoom in on that.
Yeah, these were presented to you guys last time too. It goes from 168 to 163. So
186 to 183.
Can you zoom in one more time on that lower number, please? No. The other page that you're on, zoom in on that table, at the bottom of the table, please. Right there, just make that bigger so we can read it. Yeah, 188 versus 186.
183 versus 180.
183. He's really glad for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We included these again just for reference.
Okay, so can we keep moving? I think we're on for prelim and final tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Chris. So the next, let's see. Okay, and we have James Doyle here to present the the landscape and site plan work. So that's starting here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Danny. I'm James Doyle, principal of James Doyle Design Associates. We are the landscape architects for this project.
And we have had trouble all night with how loud people are. Can you please speak way louder? Thank you.
Okay. We've submitted a comprehensive landscape plan for this property. It's basically a renovation to an existing landscape. There were two major moves in the landscape that Danny referenced. One is a new location for the swimming pool. And the second, which I think is a very positive one, is that we have removed the tennis court, and this gets replaced with a large garden. For the most part, there's minimal grading on the property. We are maintaining a lot of the existing features. The northern portion of the property and the eastern portion of the property remain untouched. We are mitigating 10 new coastal oak trees as we are removing one. We are mitigating for 2 with 10 new trees. We are reusing the pool enclosure for the new pool equipment, and all new walls and steps will be designed to match existing. And the lighting plan consists of some downlights on trees, but mostly path and step lights for safety and egress. And that's it. Sort of a brief overview of the landscape plan.
Can you zoom in on the plan, please? Okay, so for the board, the moonlighting are almost always doubles. And then the single round circle is a pathway.
Correct.
And there are 10 moonlights on this project as proposed. Okay. So are you? Or you to point out one, two, three, 4, 5. I think that's it because they doubled up. And yes, right there. I think that's. Is doubled up. Okay. So Danny, and I apologize, I don't remember your name. It's a little late. Are you done, please?
Yes, we are.
Okay, questions. Tip, and we are on for prelim final tonight. Questions, Tip. So what's the final FAR numbers? 1.66 or 1.83? 1.83, I think. Okay, thank you. Claire, questions, please.
What is the material of the large parking driveway area?
If you go to the photos on
Yeah,
page
I can
3,
see it right here. I mean, I'm just curious
there's
if
good
you know what the square
pictures of it.
footage of that is.
If you look at the site photos on the 3rd sheet, I think you'll get a good picture of what that looks like.
Wait,
Or maybe it's 4, page 4.
this looks really good.
There it is.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it. Yeah,
The first photo there.
there it is right there. Oh, but that's existing.
Yes, it's all existing.
Okay. Never mind.
You done?
Yeah.
Claire, okay, Bill, please, questions?
So we're also instructed to comment on the original hillside 16-foot height.
Yeah, 25.
Well, is it 25 or 16?
25 instead of 35.
Oh, okay. And you're just a shade over that in some cases, and is that right? Any-
Yes.
And you're only just a little bit higher than the existing because you wanted to add those moldings and some parapets and do some.
Yeah.
expenses.
We're, some of the existing that was exceeding was lowered, and some areas that were not exceeding were raised. You know, it's all less than a foot.
Are you adding any exterior lighting to the building? Or are you just matching what lamps you've got there?
Yeah, the lighting will be replaced. Let's see.
Did you select a fixture? Yeah, you have a fixture shown somewhere that I didn't see.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to find the sheet on that. Do we have that sheet, Jason?
If you pull up the board of the material boards,
Page
it has
2, right?
a bevel
Yeah.
a bevel of fixture selected. The one page up, please.
Oh, okay.
The bottom right corner.
And the light source is in the middle of that, what looks like a candelabra sort of staff. wrap,
Yes.
Something. Is that where the light source comes from?
Yes.
Correct.
Shrouded
Custom
bowl.
certified light. And then last question, on the landscape plan there, you show the outline of the tennis court still, but you're getting rid of it. So you're pulling up the pavement, the concrete. And then are you leaving? Is there a wall or site wall around it? Is it subterranean? What's happening over there? Because you still sort of see that.
That's correct. All the tennis court walls remain as is.
Okay, so it's like a sunken garden kind of, or?
While it's not sunken. It was created as one big flat space. So the wall varies in height from 5 feet on the eastern portion to almost 0 on the western side of the tennis court.
Thank you. That was it.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
Chip, questions? Oh, Dave?
No questions.
He lost them all in different lists.
Danny, what is the finish on the cement that you're, the stucco, cement plaster that you're using?
It'll be an integrally colored off-white, warm white. It's a Bahara stucco brand, and it has a 0.79 LRV.
I know what it says there. Is it a smooth finish or is this going to be a sand finish, please?
A smooth finish.
Okay, I don't think, okay, that's a comment. Okay, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 810 Buena Vista Drive, please?
So I see we still have a phone caller. So again, if you want to speak on any of these items, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Not seeing any hands.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we are on for prelim final. We will need to make a finding. And we have not discussed the tree lights yet, so to be consistent with everything else. So let's go back in the same order. Tip, please.
Well, even though the FAR was way exceeded, but as we reviewed previously, because this is an infill project and because of that, we can support it. And I think the project is ready to receive both preliminary and final approval.
You're okay with that? Okay, anything else? Did you have any? Okay, Claire, please. Comments?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would like the applicant to explain to me a little bit more about taking this. What is now the tennis court? I don't quite understand. I mean, is that a flat surface and then you're just putting, yeah, I just don't understand that. Can you talk to me a little bit about that part of the plan? The old tennis court and what's now there?
Okay, so there is currently a tennis court there. So it is a flat area of the property. And we are going to remove that surface. And within that same space, there will be 2 garden spaces. So there's a sort of a very detailed planting plan for that area, but it is within the existing walls and layout of the tennis court.
Yeah, can you get me to the planning plan? Yeah. If there's a planning plan, that'll explain it to me if I can see that. Well, that's, because the planning plan had all
Try
the,
the next one.
yeah, it's,
That's reload.
yeah. But where's the planting plan? Because you showed it, or somebody showed it earlier. We did
Danny,
see the
Do you
planting
know what the
plan.
planting plan PDF number is, please?
26, I believe, it shows the detail, part of the detail.
Ah, there it is.
So that's kind of zooming in on this zone within the tennis court. If you go to the page, I think prior.
I mean, that's only part of the.
Yeah, so that's showing so like James said, there's
Oh,
these
there.
2
Okay,
parts
yeah,
that
go to
kind of
that
break
one.
it up.
Okay, right there. That's what I want to see.
in.
Yeah, that's the detail of the planting plan. Correct.
Okay. Then I'm still back to asking a question. I'm sorry, the rest of the board. It's now like in the 2 circle areas, that is not planted then?
It's lawn. That's the one.
Oh, that's lawn.
On the right-hand side, and it is.
The two kind of round areas, that's where the lawn is gonna go.
Well,
okay.
One round, one lawn, and then the zoomed in area, if you go to the next sheet, you can see it's planted with flowering plants.
That area right there and around the outside, with planting in the middle.
Okay. We're in comments, right?
We are in comments and preliminary finances.
And you can see the planting palette 2 sheets down if that helps.
You want to think about it? Come back to me?
Yeah, come back to me. Yeah,
No.
let me think on this a little bit.
Are you doing an entry gate? Did I see something there that I missed? As you were.
Yes,
Is
we're
it-
required to put a new entry gate or widen the entry gate.
Can we do that?
We're going to keep one column and shift one over, and we have some photos of that in there.
There's a drawing in there. Can you?
Page 24.
Which 34?
Page 24 shows some photos of that gate that we're matching. That column there on the left, we have to move
Okay.
2 feet.
And so the pilaster and the return will be the same, and the gate is just going to be a larger version of that. Is
Yes, has to be widened.
okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm
okay. Do you go back to the tree light plan, David? If you can find that, that was toward the end there. I would only propose, and I don't know the site real well, but is that right there, that tree light gonna get into the neighbor's view? I'm okay with the others that are more interior. I think I just have more concern about that one grouping of tree lights. And otherwise, I'd be okay with preliminary and final.
Robert, comments, please.
The home is very large, and I would suggest being way up there. Isn't this Oh, I'm not sure how, but anyway, I would think John will cover this, I'm sure, about the LRVs, but a more earth tone color might be more appropriate. But I think it's a great improvement over what was there, and it seems as though you have all the details, so I would go for prelim and final if we can get that LRV down on the plaster. That's it.
Dave, please.
Yeah, I think it's a very nice update of the existing house and landscape. I agree with Bill about that. I was going to say the same thing. The one tree lights adjacent to the property line, I would ask that you reconsider those. I can also support the encroachment into the height based on good design. What you're proposing to do with that parapet and everything is actually helping the project. And support the FAR because really this is infill in an existing structure and you're not adding any impact to the community. So I can support the project getting done very fine.
Okay, Danny, I did go out. Was it La Habra that you were using for the stucco color?
Yeah, that's our reference.
Okay, so I went on out and it said for 1620. Do you know what that is? Sand finish? You know what a 1620 is versus smooth?
No, I'm talking about.
So it's in most of the world it's called 1620. In Santa Barbara, it's called light sand. So it's got a little bit of sand in it. That's where you get your 0.79 LRV. I think that this building with the smooth, which is what you're talking about, is going to be really fairly bright. And I'm not particularly excited about that. I agree with Bill that that pair of lights on the west side to be removed, but I personally would go farther and just say the other 5 locations, I think it is, remove one of the tree lights so that there's only one in singles in there. And I can also support the findings. So I didn't see a WELO calc. Did I miss it, please?
It's in there.
Can you please tell us where it is, please?
Okay, let's see.
Did you see it?
Is
Did you look at it? Do you know how to read them?
it should be at I believe it's at the end.
Very few people know how to read it.
Okay, so Danny, do you know where that was?
It should be towards the end or a separate document.
Well, separate document doesn't help us because I didn't see any others in there.
Okay, so I think it's in there
Oh,
then.
there it is. No, that's not it. That's a tree.
Tree protection.
Okay, so members of the board, do other people agree with me or disagree with me about going from 2 lights to 1 light?
I think agree. Yeah, go to
Okay.
one light and remove that one that's on the property.
Okay, so I think to keep this thing moving a little bit, we could either put it on consent or we can have them do a couple of things with my approval and I would consult with Claire. I think the drawings are almost there, but not quite. Does everybody agree with that? Okay, so I think that the issue is, Danny, is to eliminate that 1 pair of lights in the west property line.
Okay.
Take the 2 lights and reduce it to 1 in the trees. And to restudy this paint color, I also agree. I think it's too bright. La Habra has others that will, are you gonna redo the entire surface?
Yes, the top coat. Yeah.
So, and to restudy that for my consideration or the board, the chairman's consideration. And are
Find
you
the
okay with that? And the, well, no, and the WELO count. So.
They're in there.
Well.
They're, you looked at them just a second ago. They're on.
Oh, that was a tree protection plan.
Well, look again, because they were just up there. Keep going down. There they are.
There they are, lower left. Oh, okay. Laura?
Yeah, we're definitely under, and it complies with the requirements for the water efficiency. I think we're under by over 7,000 gallons per annum.
Okay, okay, so they're good. Okay,
Yeah.
so may I make a motion to that effect? Would everybody be okay with that? I'd like to move for both preliminary and final, with making the findings that I am confident the planning staff will be able to add to the motion. With the applicant to provide the planner, in consultation with the chair of this committee, a review, a new color sample for the exterior of the building, and with the removal of the one set of lights that is on the west property line, tree lights, and to remove one of the two tree lights in the other trees. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
And before did I ask for public comment? Yes, I did. Okay, yes.
No, it's fine.
So that I have a motion and a second. Is there anything else? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So Danny, if you can propose a color, send it to Kylie and ask me to review it, I'd be happy to take a look.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Item number 10, 620 Stone Meadow Lane. Michael, are you here, please? Michael?
You're on mute. Can you hear me now? There you are.
Very good, thank you. Okay, you are on tonight for preliminary only, so it's a big one. Please go.
Yeah. Hold on. My headphones are not working very well.
MBA, our members appreciate response to previous comments, particularly the increased setbacks from the property lines. One member suggested that the applicant consider a further reduction in the FAR. Provide landscape plan, perimeter landscape screening is very important. Depict the location of the proposed construction parking on the building plans. And there was a memo that we had. And the project, right there, the project scope has changed slightly from when it was last reviewed by the MBAR. The proposed single-family residence has been rotated slightly, I'm sure, shifted farther to the west, in other words, closer to the street. The existing pool was initially proposed to remain the same. The project has since updated to reshape and refigure the pool to 13.6 by 53.7. So now, at that point, Michael, please.
Yep. Hi, everybody. We'll try not to keep you too long here because I know it's happy hour time. If you go to page number 8 of the presentation. So we want to start here with the updated renderings. If you go to the bottom image, you can see here the really the big change architecturally was to take away the pitched roof design in the front. We just kind of felt like it needed to come down to slide into that landscape and to respect the views of the mountains in the distance. It simplified the kind of tectonics of the design and kind of unified it to feel a little lower and more integrated into the landscape. What this also helped us to do is integrate our drainage. So we have concealed roof drainage on the inboard side of these overhangs. Architecturally, the language still maintains the same. We still have the kind of warm honey tones for the wood columns, and then the soffits as they wrap underneath, and then a light off textured plaster finish for the walls. So that is maintained. I think if you want to talk about the rotation, if you want to go to the site plan on page number, probably best to look at page 24. And then compare that to page, sorry, 24 is the existing plan. Yeah, if you
So
go.
that goes up to page 18.
Oh, actually, sorry, because I have a combined set. So if you keep scrolling down. Okay, this is the existing plan, its current rotation, and it's really the structure that was there was rotated to the north property line. So by rotating the site, we just felt like it fitted much better in the site and allowed us to utilize the rear yard a little bit better, and then kind of move that swimming pool to be a little bit more appropriately sized and give us a nice rear yard experience. The details of the, so I'm just reading through my notes. Unified design. So I mean, really the big changes architecturally are the rotation, which has minimal impact on the site. I think it actually fits in much better. And if you go back to the renderings, you can see if you scroll up a couple images, you can see this driveway approach. That's maintaining the existing driveway turnaround. So I think from the street side, as you're looking towards the house, we're maintaining that low profile again, and kind of keeping that existing turnaround driveway and some of the planting in the front. Really the big impact from a landscaping perspective is in the rear. And I'll turn it over to Rob Madej, who we recruited since our last meeting to kind of take a look at the landscape design and how we integrate that with the architecture. So there's a lot of things to talk about there.
Thank you, Michael. Would you mind hopping to sheet L 0.0? I don't know if it's, yes, there it is. Thank you. So here, just as a point of reference, I know one of the previous board comments was wanting the applicant to add some clarity on property line conditions and the existing vegetation throughout. This is an aerial integrated with the survey, and you can't really get too good of a sense of the density and the size of the screening all along the property. But briefly, I'll speak to what's here, and then we have some images to support that. But all along Stone Meadow Lane, there's a significant 6 to 7 foot privet hedge, providing quite a bit of screening. Additionally, there's a handful of really nice, mature fruiting olives out front, and a couple of magnolias that are unfortunately, I think, well, we're proposing to remove them. They're not doing too well. They look like they're struggling due to drought conditions and haven't responded to increased wetness to date. North property line is a very significant mixed hedge. Same with the east. And on the southern property line, again, a mixed hedge, and there's some significant oak trees over there. And to Michael's point, I won't say that we were the impetus for rotating the house, but we were fighting for this rotation. Yes, it does help with the layout in the backyard, but it also allowed us to maintain, to minimize the impact to an oak tree that we'll point out on a subsequent sheet adjacent to the new garage. And also a really special black pine tree that sits adjacent to the pool in the rear garden. Next sheet, please. Yeah, here's some site photos giving you a sense of the quality and scale of the existing landscape through the site on a really common bluebird Santa Barbara day here. Next sheet. And here are images of the existing screening, mainly focused in the rear garden space. And on the north property line, you'll see an image number 6. That's probably about the only hole in the screening that we have along the property line. And we're proposing to infill that with some 36-inch box Quercus agrifolias there. Next sheet, please. And here's a bit of a combined material and layout plan, giving you a sense of what we're proposing to do. You can see the pool centered on the central axis entry of the home, hot tub, and actually there's a bit of grade change on the site in the rear garden, and we're working that to our advantage and having a small infinity edge at the west end of the pool, and that integrates into essentially a more formalized geometric garden shape of a lawn space. There's an existing lawn now, and we're essentially just rearranging and I believe reducing this total square footage of lawn from what was previously there to what we're showing here. To make this work into kind of like a step garden situation, the infinity edge translates into a north-south retaining wall that's 3 foot max, and then as that same retaining wall turns eastward, it runs at about 3 foot tall, and as it runs and approaches the eastern property line, it drops down to 2 foot, and then it becomes a grade chasing wall that runs from about 2 foot tall down to about 1 foot at the or zeroes out at the southern end of the lawn. We're working to keep the majority of landscaping where possible. Of course, we'll be impacting quite a bit of the landscaping directly around the house during demolition and construction. So we have new plantings for that. In the front garden, as I mentioned, we are showing the removal, the 2 red X's of the struggling magnolia trees. In lieu of one of the magnolia trees alongside the road, thank you, we'll be replacing that with another field dug olive for continuity there. And you can see there in the lower portion of the house, the red line work showing the tree protection for an existing oak. We worked with an arborist, Bill Mellett there, and we're actually not impacting the tree at all. I think we're only about 15% impact there. So this rotation is helping with that to a certain degree. And the way we're actually making the grade change around that corner of the building work is with an elevated deck as opposed to lifting the grade and impacting that tree any further. Next sheet.
I think, Rob, if you stay on this plan, you can see the dash line of the existing house in its current rotation. I think by rotating the plan 9 degrees to go more north to south, true north to south, then it just aligns with that street frontage a little bit better and aligns with that driveway approach. So hopefully that kind of is clear.
Yep. Next sheet, please. Thank you. Here's a site section. I guess this would be from north to south, looking from Stone Meadow towards the house, giving you a sense of the scale of the vegetation along the property lines, and images supporting that. Next sheet, please. Here's our proposed planting plan. Claire, if you want us to stick on this for any length of time, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll keep working forward.
Yeah, please.
Details. Next sheet should be our IMWELO, followed by our lighting plan, which is a combination of downlit point source kind of path lights and integrated wall lights.
Is that it?
That's the end of the landscape set.
Okay, and we never saw the elevations of the main house. So if we can do that, please.
Yep, here they are. So again, if you look at the overall height, we're talking about a 12-foot structure. You kind of see the flat roof element with the overhang coming through there, but it's again trying to minimize that overall height and keep it very low profile. So it's a stucco finish, and then the kind of wood columns. The windows and doors would be a wood clad window and door system to kind of match that exterior wood finish as in the renderings. And if you go actually back up to the renderings, you can see the one that I didn't discuss, which was the going up to the very top, which was looking back at the house from the infinity pool edge. If you go all the way up.
One of the renderings.
Go to the very top of the document. And keep coming down. It's the image, next one down. So that's the kind of the view looking back from the lawn towards the house, and then that beautiful pine tree that we're trying to maintain, as Rob described earlier.
Okay, are you guys done then, please?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's just go down the line. Chip, please, questions? No questions. Robert, questions?
What size are the posts? With posts.
Those are shown as, I think they're 6x6 posts. Let me just confirm. Yeah, they're 6x6.
Okay, no more questions.
What size did you say it was?
6x6.
Are they're wood, not steel?
They're wood. Yeah.
High fire, you're high fire, so you're gonna have to be 8 by.
I think it's an 8x8 is the build.
Yeah. So go back to the site plan real quick. So you're rotating it, but the landscape plan isn't reflecting the rotation, is that right?
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
Shows the rotation. That wait, oh, there. Okay, so that. Okay, all right. So that's rotated away from the oak there on the corner. No, yeah.
Yeah, I mean if you go to the landscape plan, to Rob's site plan, you can see, yeah, there you go. So
Should be sheet 4 of the landscape set.
really the rotation is was taken from that southwest corner and rotated 9 degrees vertically, effectively.
So this one is what you're proposing.
That's the proposed, yeah. Yeah.
So, and Bill Millett looked at the arborist for the oak there, and he was cool with its proximity to the foundations and their posts of the garage.
That's right. That's right. Bill Millett took a look at it, and we have a tree protection report, an arborist report, and we're below the 20% encroachment into the oak critical root zone.
Okay. And you don't have colors or exterior lighting yet. You're only here for preliminary. Or do you have
Yes,
some?
that's correct.
We have exterior lighting.
You do? What's that?
Well, the landscape lighting, yeah.
Oh, but not building lighting? Are you having any lighting on the building?
We weren't proposing doing anything significant of like sconce lights. If there's going to be anything, it'll just be
No lights on the building.
no lights in the building. Yeah,
In the soffit, if you have any.
right in the soffit, exactly.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Claire, questions?
Yeah, I get the large, there's another red dot or red cross in the landscape plan on the. Is that another tree that's being removed? Yeah, right there. Is that a tree that's being removed?
So yeah, there are 2 magnolias in the front garden, Claire, that are they're both in poor shape, and both of those will be removed. One will be
Oh, there's
replaced.
the other
with
one.
a-
Okay.
Yeah, one will be replaced with a field dug olive, and we didn't feel like we had the space in front of the building to add another field dug olive out front between
And
the driveway
is the
and the trees.
driveway as it's shown, existing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Dave, questions?
No questions, Jim.
When you guys first brought this before Rob got involved, we were concerned about side yard to side yard. It looks to me like the building side yard to side yard, it looks like by rotating it and bringing it forward with a trapezoidal lot, we're getting back to where we were on the first meeting that we were not really excited about. Do you have a comment about that, please?
I think if I was to go to my site plan, I could do a quick measurement for you guys if you just bear with me and give you that dimension from what we had before to what we're proposing. But I think that if there's a change, it's a very minor change. So just give me 1 second to get this figured out. 30 seconds. 21. I think we actually may have reduced it, if anything. 16. So our the previous scheme on the side yard, on the south side yard setback, we had 17 feet 3 inches, and then this proposed one we've got 21 feet 2 inches, and then on the north side the north side, I think, may have increased slightly. So we've just shifted it down effectively. We got 25 feet on the previous proposed, and then on the new scheme, we have 18 feet 9 inches.
So you lost 7 feet.
Well, we shifted it up, so we gained 4 feet on the south, so we pushed it further north, and then on the north side, it's around 7 feet closer.
Okay, so a net of 3 feet side yard is on, right? You're 3 feet closer to the property lines than you were, is that correct?
Well, only on one side. On one side, we're closer. The other side, we're farther away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rob, on your WELO calc, there are two numbers that the various reference materials give us. One is a subsistence number, which is during droughts, etc. You can bring everything down, and the other one is the desirable. It looked to me like you were using the subsistence plant factors. Is that true? And in particular, the lawn at 0.7, shouldn't that be 0.9, please? Rob?
Yeah, I'm sorry, John, looking at that right now.
Deep thought.
Yeah, we'll have to take a closer look at that, John.
Okay, so you'll review that for the next.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10620 Stone Meadow Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, excellent. So we are on for prelim. Tip, comments.
Oh, David, can you go back to the existing site plan for a minute?
Oh.
Yeah. So,
That's existing? The
yeah,
original existing?
that's what's on the ground today.
Oh.
So the landscaping go all the way out to the street, huh? The existing landscaping.
Well, yeah, on that south side, yeah, there's dense foliage that is being maintained.
Yeah, so that means that, yeah, what I'm saying that we go past the property line. Well, no, I mean, I think the project is fine. The scale is appropriate, the setback a little more. I'm just still, concerned about the two entrances to a very small lot. And especially the house are pretty close to the street, and since it is the brand new project, I would, more inclined to support it if the applicant rework the driveway and have more landscaping to screen the house from the street. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, let's see. We've got Robert, we're just going down the line, both. And girl. Robert.
I'm not sure that 8x8 wood posts are gonna work with this modern Palm Spring style home, and I would encourage, I like the lightness that's on your renderings. I think that's gonna be gone. I would encourage you to go metal, tube steel, or even round if. But also, what's the roof? I forgot to ask that.
What's the finish of it?
Yeah.
Well, that the edge condition would be a continuation of the wood right here, and then this portion beyond is effectively the continuation of the stucco. So that would be a stucco edged roof in the distance. This part here, and then this edge of the roof would be a wood finish.
And then the surface itself is.
The surface here would be a plaster stucco finish.
No, I mean on the flat roof.
Oh, the flat roof. What do we have? There's probably just be
not like a white cool roof or something.
No. I think we would want to do something because I don't know if anyone's going to see on top of this roof from anywhere. but we want it to be something a little bit not as industrial feeling, but what do we have here? Because it is a flat roof. Do you have concerns about the finish particularly?
No, just reflectivity and things like that, but you know,
Can we say, is the roof material in the, I mean,
We'll get that in front of it.
oh, well, that's what I was, you
no
know,
more.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically for the flat roofs, we would just do like a rolled kind of why am I forgetting the name? Either like an asphalt finish, or we would do the reflective kind of
Which down?
Okay.
what was
so-
that?
Any comments from Robert? Are you done, please? Okay, so Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, you know, it is got its own style. It's like you said, Robert, it's that Palm Desert, Palm Springs kind of mid-century modern kind of thing. And the post size, I agree with you. I think probably would be best if it was a square tube or something and kept small. It is long and lineal. That's the tough part. I know you can see kind of through parts of it too, like through the entry there, and so that'll help kind of break it up. But what I would like to see is maybe you can undulate some of the landscaping a little better in the front to kind of help break that a bit. I'm okay with the quietness of it though, so I'm not too worried about that because it's low. The colors are muted, you know, it's kind of going to blend in, I think, fine. So I don't really have an issue with that. You know, the scale and the massing of it is, it's really just all about the length of it. That kind of, I think if you can break that up a little bit better with planting, I'd be okay with it. And details, you know, once you get to that point, details, lighting and colors.
Okay,
That's it.
so-
Thanks.
okay, so Claire, please, comments.
It's interesting that Mr. Chung at the other road brought this up, but I had it in my notes for the entire thing here. The problem with the two entrances to the driveway. This board, well, actually, it's in our guidelines, you know, rarely approves driveways that have two entrances, especially on this neighborhood, you know, I mean, it's kind of like, and so I'm just, when you come back, would you actually restudy the driveway? And also while you're restudying the side, you know, where the driveway is and everything, I'd also like you to restudy the paving. If we're going to leave the driveway where it is, in my opinion, it needs to be smaller, you know, or less wide. And then where you come into the garage, there's a massive amount of paving. I think that if you're going to leave that driveway where it is, I think it should be reconsidered and make it a little less obtrusive, I guess is the best word. And then we talked about that. It's mostly just restudy the driveway. I'd like to see it just not have to run straight across the entire lot. I mean, you need a driveway to get into your house, and then you need a driveway to actually have some guest parking, but I don't think it needs to be the entire front yard is paved, except for the areas where the landscaping is. So when you come back, would you kind of restudy that? See if you come up with a different plan?
Okay.
It'd be great.
So Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I like the project. I like the design and I like the way it's minimal in mass bulk and scale. I'm not concerned about the setbacks because of that. I think the materials and colors also help it soften it and recede. So I can support the project. I think it's a nice design. Of course, if you have to make changes to meet the fire code, which some of the members have mentioned, would want you to maintain the same feel of the design.
So I also would love to see one of those driveway throats disappear. And you know, maybe make a little bit nicer presentation to the house rather than the presentation being the front door of the garage. And I am not thrilled by the fact that you guys, we have a net loss of 3 feet on the side yard to side yard. But if we go from 2 driveways to 1 driveway and fill that in with landscaping, I think that that more than compensates for being a little close. I know that you're over the setbacks. I'm aware of that. And I also think that an 8x8 post versus a 4x4 or 6x6 is unfortunate for this building, and I would ask you to do that. I just did a fairly large, tall building with 5-inch square steel tube, so I know this little 1-story something can easily be done with a 5-inch tube, and it can probably be done with a 3.5 or 4. So I would ask you to take a look at that. Now, we are on for preliminary only. From my point of view, I would like to not give it any approval tonight till we get this driveway straightened out. And also the architecture on the tubing or the post straightened, but put it on for preliminary final next time. So it's still the same number of drawings, same number of meetings. So we don't quite give you, you know, the next step, but you were gonna have to come back anyway. So is everybody else okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Does somebody want to move that, or would you like me to do it?
You don't have to do anything. Because
We have
you're just I mean, what you're essentially doing is different conceptual review. So,
No, we're on preliminary.
right, it doesn't sound like you're gonna give it to them.
No, but we have to make a motion.
No, you don't. No. You may have been doing that, but no, you don't.
No,
We
it's,
were told we had to do it. That's fine.
No,
We don't care. Okay.
the answer is no.
So, are you guys, okay? Do you understand what we're asking for, and are you okay with that?
Can I just ask a question, guys? So we've this, I think, our 3rd time in here. We've had the driveway like this, and the whole time it's an existing driveway, right? The driveway is already like that in the existing home, which is, you know, it's not bothering anyone in the neighborhood. We're not proposing changing it. And now here we are in the 3rd meeting, you're asking us to cut off one of our driveway entrances. I think it's just maybe a bit late or unfair to drop this now. Can you please reconsider that?
I guess one of the concerns, at least I have, that because you move the house is closer to the street. And because of that, it seems squeezed between, you know, the drive-through, the house and the street. The previous option, I think the house was further back. And that's one of the things that I saw right where that something seemed real tight.
Yeah, if I can explain that tip, so the, you know, the existing house is a bit like this, and we originally were thinking we would remodel the house, and that's why we were following that that kind of shape. But then once we looked at it with Rob and we laid everything out, it just made a lot more sense to line it up parallel to the street. So the previous design that we showed you isn't in this deck. It was skewed like a few degrees, so it's actually not a lot. It hasn't gone close to the street in a large amount of distance.
We started today at 9 o'clock. I know that several of us have had a long day.
Yeah, can I just mention one other thing? I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we did have a peaked roof. We've reduced the height by, I don't know, 10 feet of the whole project, and that should be a big, you know, big consideration here.
Okay, so members of the board, can I take a straw vote, please? People that would, after Michael made his request, people that would still like to have a single driveway as a not a drive-through. raise your
I
hand.
think it's just a better follow-up. I mean, just beside that, I think it's just better for the project, especially in a neighborhood that.
So you
can
want to
afford.
raise your hand?
Yeah, we can talk about
Robert,
it.
you want to raise your hand? You're good with two. You're good with two. Three. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. You have a split board right now. I don't know how Elida will vote. I don't know who's gonna be here next time. I would ask you to study it and maybe bring in 2 proposals or something like that.
Tip's suggestion of pushing the house back so there's more buffer and landscape, allow members to feel better about the two.
I would want
I mean,
to.
would making the planting in that front area more dense to screen the house a little bit more make a difference? Because obviously there is a big distance between the front setback or the front property line and the house. We have significant distance there. It's not like we're pushed up against our front yard setback by any means. So making that planting more dense, with that something that
Are you changing the material of the driveway?
no, it's existing to remain. So
And
and
I was gonna say, if you were to change the color of the material or something to make it softer, maybe that would.
so right now it's a decomposed gravel
Chip seal, yeah.
yes.
I don't,
So
okay, I'm gonna take,
It's too wide and too.
I mean, the thing about the width of it is that we have to have it that wide for fire department access, which we've reviewed already with the Santa Barbara County Fire. So this is kind of gone through the rounds with the various agencies with fire who appreciated the driveway from a fire department access perspective. So we're kind of reluctant to change it because again, it's existing to remain. From a cost perspective, we're trying to minimize the amount of money we're spending on tearing out the driveway that's existing and perfectly agreeable with,
we have a split board. Please figure out what you want to do when you come back. You do not have preliminary tonight. And we are asking that it be put on for preliminary final next time so that we can get this whole thing resolved. Do I have a motion for adjournment, please? So moved. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.